by the week. So I sincerely hope you can take advantage of this opportunity to get really the most beautiful silver dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint, in my opinion. This is a silver dollar for the 21st century, the collector of the 21st century. This is an opportunity for you. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercanti reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the Mint State coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the Mint State coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there are only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the Proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, The coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed. And the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse, that was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska. Since we first aired in 2014, we have assembled some of the finest coin collections for our clients, and we want to do the same for you. I ask you, do you want the best? Watch me on Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV right here on this channel.
Dollars. The final issues from the Philadelphia Mint, the final issues of the Walking Liberty half dollar. And you may never have seen these in gem uncirculated condition. And they're certified gem uncirculated. And that means these coins are MS65. When you think about a half dollar that was originally issued in 1916 and last issued in 1947, this was the coin that conducted all the major commerce in the United States of America. When you think back at the time when this coin circulated, and ladies and gentlemen, here's the thing about all half dollars in general, really except for the Kennedy half dollar, because the Kennedy half dollar was a memorial to a fallen president. But all previous issues were released into circulation. And nobody saved these coins back then. And you know what was amazing about it? They were, and are today, one of the most artistic and captivating designs. We talk often about the Renaissance of American coin design, which took place in the very early years of the 20th century, when Teddy Roosevelt was president. And there really is no coin that represents the Renaissance of American coin design in silver better than the Walking Liberty half dollar. Designed by Adolph A. Weinman. Adolph A. Weinman studied under Augustus St. Gaudens. The Renaissance of American coinage featured two designs by Augustus St. Gaudens and two designs by Adolph A. Weinman. Because these were gentlemen. Adolph A. Weinman was an artist, a sculptor, and he did not work for the U.S. Mint. His contribution to the Renaissance and to classic numismatic design are the Walking Liberty half dollar and the Mercury dime. The Walking Liberty half dollar with the allegorical obverse of liberty striding forward, reaching out, one hand draped in the flag, is a classic. And you know a classic when they are brought back. And so the obverse of the Walking Liberty half dollar now graces the obverse of the American Silver Eagle and has since 1986. And the reason why that obverse was used was because of the instant recognizability of that design. When you search for uncirculated Walking Liberty half dollars, it's a daunting task. So let's get into why, because this is the main point of why we're bringing these great coins to the show. They have such a long history. They have incredible designs that were rendered by Adolph A. Weinman on both the obverse and the reverse. They also represent some of the greatest numismatic rarity in terms of the rarity and in terms of value. That's why we have selected these final Philadelphia issues of the Walking Liberty half dollar. First of all, I want you to take a look at the half dollars that we all know and love. Here's a table of United States half dollars. And you can see at the top, Kennedy half dollars, the Walking Liberty, the Franklin, seeded material and barber material. And I want you to take a look at the mintages. And something that's going to jump out at you right away are the mintages of the Walking Liberty half dollars and the length of the series, 1916 to 1947. When you look at the Franklin half dollars, it's a much shorter series. It took the place of the Walkers. And of course, the Kennedy half dollar, 1964 to the present. So they're still making that coin. So of course, those mintages will always be rising. But the Walking Liberty half dollars are done. And when you consider that almost every single walking Liberty half dollar was released into circulation, here is why this is incredibly difficult to do. So we put together a table of all of the mintages of the walking Liberty half dollars. Now, what you're going to notice right off the bat here, ladies and gentlemen, is the amount of coins that were struck. You begin in 1916. One thing you're going to notice, the coins from Philadelphia were struck in abundance, makes them incredibly difficult to get in uncirculated condition. That goes along with the fact that almost every coin was released into circulation. So there you have a backdrop of what collectors are up against. And I want you to take a look at the final page. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, are the final Philadelphia struck walking Liberty half dollars. Now, you got to understand, the last of these coins were issued in 1947. Nearly every single one was released into circulation. At a time when these coins were released, the coins that we're going to be featuring, World War II was going on, and shortly after World War II, there wasn't a great consideration for saving coins. So most of these coins were so vital to folks' daily requirements that they were spent. Take a look at our display because, as I said, you have an opportunity for a single coin, which will be a 1943p, in gem mint state 65, gem quality, $195. This is the main point of why we're bringing these great coins to the show. When you search for uncirculated walking Liberty half dollars, it's a daunting task. Almost every single walking Liberty half dollar was released into circulation. This is incredibly difficult to get in uncirculated condition. We also are offering an opportunity for the 1943, the 1944, and the 1945. Gem mint state 65. We love the American Silver Eagle dollar, and the reason why that coin is so popular is because it gives you an opportunity to see the original Adolph A. Wyman obverse design like you'd never seen it before, unless you are in a position to own gem quality original walking Liberty half dollars, certified mint state 65. So let me finish this up by telling you that you can go for all 5 of the final Philadelphia minted walking Liberty half dollars, $895. So in that set, you will get the 43, 44, 45, and you will also get the 1946 and the 1947. At the end of the series, the mintages were really small. Many of these mintages from the final 5 years rival or beat the early mintages of these coins from the teens and the 20s and the 30s. Mint state walking Liberty half dollars are very hard to get in extremely high grades. So, take a look here. Now, especially the part in red. Here's how it goes. When you submit 1,000 1943Ps for grading, 15 coins, only 15 coins out of those 1,000 submissions of 1943Ps are uncirculated. 1944P, let's check out the mintage. Over 28 million coins struck at, again, 18 coins out of 1,000 will grade. This is extremely important because people have been collecting walking Liberty half dollars when it became apparent that the supply of mint state coins was in danger of disappearing. And that's when collectors come out to get them when you can't get them anymore. So let's take a look at why. Now we're going to move to the next date, 1945, the end of World War II. 31 million coins struck, and check this out. In order to get mint state, any grade of mint state, 22 coins only out of 1,000 submitted. We're going to go down to the 1946s, 12 million coins only. Can you believe it? 1 year after the end of World War II. And all that Philadelphia would strike of the 1946s is 12 million coins. That is really low mintage, ladies and gentlemen. This was the workhorse coin. This was the coin when these were struck, they were released into circulation. They were struck to be used every single day. And finally, 1947, this is the most shocking of all. Generally, the last year of a coin is going to have a very large mintage. Only 4 million coins were struck from Philadelphia for 1947. And take a look at what you're up against. Again, only 97 coins out of 1,000 will grade in mint state. Tough to grade in gem uncirculated condition. Take a look. The series mintage, over 485 million coins. The total that had been certified by both NGC and PCGS in mint state, remember, not just mint state 65, but mint state, 671,000. The mere fact that the bottom line there shows a percentage that is so small, that's just a little over 1/10 of 1%. The percentage of mint state coins. So, let me show you why everybody going crazy today for the Walking Liberty half dollar. First of all, the United States Silver Eagle dollar, which has become the most popular dollar coin, has everybody thinking about that incredible design. And when you start thinking about the original design, you'd want to get some of those original coins, the original design, used in the new Silver Eagle. So take a look at what's going on in the world today. 1947 from Philadelphia. One coin, ladies and gentlemen. This is an auction. Check it out. These are prices realized. That coin brought almost $340 at auction. And what is it? It's a Mint State 65, exactly like the Mint State 65, 1947s we have on the display. How about 1946? You know, ironically, you see that coin, the 1947 with the mintage of 4 million and 1946 with the mintage of 12, and check this out in 6.5. A lot of times availability was the result of how many particular coins from a certain year circulated. And we all know that as coins circulate more, well, they get worn more. And once they make it back to the banks, where the dates are worn out and the coins are worn, the banks send them off to the government and they melt them down. So here is a 1946, and as you can see there, over $500 at auction. 1945, again, a Mint State 65. That coin brought $235. So I'm sure you folks see the same thing I do, that this is a collector's opportunity to get coins that have always been elusive. I can remember when I first got into the coin business as a dealer, it was a long time ago. It was about 1979. The world was on fire coin-wise. And one of the hottest coins were Walking Liberty half dollars. And at that time, there was no grading services. So we would see yearly appreciation of unbelievable numbers. Many instances, 1,000% increase. Right now is the greatest time in the history of these coins in mint state to own them. The first time ever that you can get an affordable Walking Liberty half dollar in gem quality mint state that's been certified, that has an independent grade, not the seller's opinion of the coin, but an independent, well-respected and adhered to grade. That's why this is a dream come true. So right here, folks, is another coin in a Mint State 65 that we're featuring in our collection, the 1944. And you can see there is another coin that at auction brought over $500. And finally, the 1943. Another great buy and a great opportunity. Now, we're beating every single one of these prices. When you compile our complete collection, nobody can touch this deal. This is a deal that you will just not see often. It's just too difficult to accumulate these coins by date and offer them in a run. The opportunity to get every one of these coins, all 5 of the last Phillies, for $895. 2 coins here will cost you that much money. And they're the identical grade and the identical grading services. So there's no easy way out here. And that's why I love making this presentation, because so much hard work went into it. And it's something you're only going to see maybe once every 6 months because it takes so long to accumulate the coins. It's really a call to act now if you don't want to miss out. So many collectors want the Walking Liberty half dollars because so many collectors are excited about the new generation Silver Eagle. But you know something about the new generation Silver Eagle that's not going to change? The obverse, the original obverse that was used on the Walking Liberty half dollar. That is never going away. The reverse is changing, but the obverse, it wouldn't be the Silver Eagle without that obverse, right? Well, this is where that design came from. Now, this design was hand done. Everything about this design, the original plasters, the original big version of this coin, all done by hand by Adolph A. Wyman. The die engraving, all hand done. This was the old way of doing it. The striking of the coins. When these coins are viewed in gem mint state, they are like no other coin in the world. And I might add, the reverse of the Walking Liberty half dollar is a masterpiece as well. A Renaissance design, obverse and reverse. Have you ever seen a more striking representation of the American Eagle and Liberty? It's all there. These are all from the last 5 years of the Philadelphia struck Walking Liberty half dollars, the mother mint. These coins were issued to be released into circulation, and nearly every single one was. There are some stragglers that remain from generations of being hidden away, and these are the coins. Mint State 65. A single individual 1943 struck at Philadelphia, $195. 3 World War II era Walking Liberty half dollars. The 1943, the 1944, and the 1945 all struck at the Philadelphia Mint. $569 for the 3. You can't beat it, folks. All 5 of these coins, from 1943 to 1947, all Philadelphia struck, all gem uncirculated mint state 65, $895. You take a look at the Walking Liberty half dollars that we have on the display, and I want you to know these are the actual coins that are going to be coming your way. We do not have show samples. This is our actual inventory by which you are getting a really close-up view of coins that you're going to own. So this is the quality that has you wide-eyed, and it's the quality you're going to get. Coins like these that were last minted in 1947 are not available in abundance. They're not sitting on a shelf somewhere where you could just pick them. It takes a lot of work to get them. When you watch Rare Collectibles TV, you know that all the hard work, all the labor, all the grading, and all the negotiating for price is done by us. You get to sit back and you got it easy. We got the hard work. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for watching, and remember, the next time you see these Walking Liberty half dollars, the calendar may have flipped to another year, so don't miss out. Thank you again, and I'll see you all really soon.
a coin grading specialist, an expert with years of experience. Years of experience as a grader of one of the two major grading services in the country, PCGS and NGC. And you, that expert, have the job, the responsibility of sorting through one of the greatest known collections of uncirculated wheatback Lincoln cents in existence. Now, Caitlin's got an example of a reverse of the wheatback Lincoln cent and the memorial Lincoln cent. The significance of the wheatback Lincoln cent, folks, is that it was last struck in 1958. There weren't that many people collecting coins back in '58 when that series was discontinued. The memorial cent began in 1959. They switched to the memorial design to commemorate the 150th anniversary of Lincoln's birth, who was born in 1809. And since 1959, collecting has really exploded in popularity. But '58 and earlier, it was a minor area, really small. The collector population was maybe 1/10 or 1/20th the size it is today. Now, in the summer of 2014, I was able to offer a truly spectacular set of 1944S to 1955S Lincoln sets in NGC MS66 red condition from this hoard. I had over 250 complete sets. Individual examples of these coins were selling anywhere from $100 to $250 on eBay and other coin marketplaces. But I got a great deal on these coins from Harry the Hoarder. I called him, and you know, he really got a kick out of that name. And when I told him about it, but the response from you folks was overwhelming. We were able to offer the entire 12 coin set for under $500. Now that's less than $50 a coin for MS66 red S-Mint Lincoln cents, wheatbacks. We sold out of the original group in about 30 days. You collectors loved them. It was an amazing collection amassed by Harry the Hoarder, a dealer friend I've had known for over 20 years. These coins represented the top 1% to 2% of a massive hoard of original rolls of wheatback Lincoln cents that he went through one coin at a time under a halogen light. Because to study these, what you need to do is you need to be in a dark room with no other light sources, just a halogen light on. And you take it and look at one coin at a time and decide which one is worth submitting to NGC. And if you're lucky, Harry would tell me, if he was lucky, he would find one coin in a roll that he would submit to NGC for an MS66. And he was a very picky grader. So he might submit 100 coins at a time. That took him, a couple days to amass. And out of the 100 he submitted, maybe 30 or 40 would come back MS66. Now, he often said there were some rolls that didn't contain a single MS66 coin, either because of too many marks or the coins had turned brown. And that's what makes these early early wheatback Lincoln cents so desirable in superb condition. It's not just bag marks one has to be concerned about, but the color as well. Caitlin's got some typical, here's some pieces here that you find in your pocket change. They're made of copper. It's the most reactive of metals. They quickly turn brown when they're exposed to oxygen. And these are relatively newer coins, 10, 20 years old. So you're all familiar with these, these brown Lincoln cents. Once they turn brown, folks, you can't bring them back. Now, Caitlin does have a couple in back there that were just minted just a year ago from 2014. that still have that original copper color. They still look like they have that beautiful original color. But even that coin, if you take a look at it, you can see marks on that coin. Caitlin tilted it right above Liberty. There's a scratch in front of his face. There's a couple nicks. There's that scratch right above Liberty. This coin is probably about an MS-64. You got one more to show him? One more 2014? There's another one. And you can see, again, scratches above the date. And on his chin, you can see on his beard there, by his neck, little cuts. And these are nice original BU coins. So they're very, very hard. You've got the color issue and just the bag mark issue. Now, sadly, as I mentioned in a previous presentation, Harry passed away last September. Harry was a guy, I never met him personally. He was quite irascible. He never let me get a word in edgewise. He would do all the talking. He was kind of hyperactive. It's like he was chain-smoking cigarettes and drinking espresso coffee all at the same time. It was like everything is, Rick, just hold on a second. Listen to me for a second, Rick. And so, but I enjoyed Harry. I liked him an awful lot because he was just so darn honest. And he, being able to work with somebody that is a straight shooter, it just makes it easy for me as a dealer to work with, so that I can get the finest possible collections together for you folks. Now, Harry had been working on completing an even tougher set of wheatbacks, the D-mints, the D-mint wheatbacks from 1944 to 1958. This set was even tougher than the S-mints because, as incredible as it may seem, the Denver minted coins were even more difficult to find in high-grade condition than the S-mints. They're just baggier coins. Now, fortunately, he was never able to complete the set when he passed away. He was about a third of the way done. But fortunately for Harry's wife, he had an extremely able assistant who actually was a grader at one of their major grading services before working with Harry. We'll call him David. And David spent the 10-hour days under that halogen lamp going through roll after original roll of Harry's bank-wrapped, uncirculated D-mint Lincoln cents. There were over 1,500 rolls, folks. About 100,000 brilliant, uncirculated D-mint Lincoln cents. I don't know of any other hoard like that. That's just amazing. And after several months, David was finally able to assemble 100 of these 15 coin sets for us. That's it, 100 sets. Coins that were on average retailing anywhere from $200 on up on the market. But again, we were able to sell these sets for less than $50 a coin for the set. An average of less than $50 a coin. And we sold out in a couple months. And it took so long to put that together. And this is one of the greatest hoards in existence. Now, what's missing? We got the S-mints and we got the D-mints. The Lincoln cents during that era were struck at 3 different mints: Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco, until 1956, when the San Francisco Mint shut down its Lincoln cent operation. The toughest set of all in the Wheatback Lincoln series, when we are talking about the Wheatback Lincoln cents from 1940 to 1958, the last year of the series, the toughest set of all are those wheatbacks struck at the Philadelphia Mint. It has nothing to do with mintages. As we all know, a coin's mintage often has nothing to do with its rarity and gem condition. One of the highest mintage Morgan dollars, for example, the 1886 O, over 10 million examples were struck. It's also, though, among the rarest Morgan dollars in MS-65 condition. An MS-65 1886 O is a $200,000 coin. And the Philadelphia Mint Lincolns are a real bear in the Wheatback Lincoln series. David had over 5,000 original BU rolls from Harry's hoard, folks. BU rolls of P-Mint Lincoln cents. 5,000 rolls, not coins, rolls. 50 coins in a roll. That's 250,000 approximately brilliant uncirculated Wheatback Lincoln cents. I don't know if anyone in the country has a hoard of comparable dimension. And Harry spent the 10-hour days, the weeks, the many, many months studying each of these 250,000 plus coins with a glass under a halogen light, one coin after another, after another. Again, there were many rolls that didn't even have a 65, let alone a 66. There's so much work that goes into putting the set I have for you today, folks. So much work. I'm just trying to give you some idea, some perspective. This is not something you can just go to your local coin shop and say, hey, I want one of these in MS-66, or your local coin show or coin convention. Hey, I want one of these in MS-66. It's not that easy. But why was he working so hard? Because of the tremendous rarity. MS-66 red P-Mint Lincoln cents go for a lot of money. I'm going to show you some comparisons, just real briefly. Here are the charts. These are the NGC populations of the S-Mint Lincoln cents, total graded. The S-Mint Lincoln cents in the original sets we offered. And you could see there, not very many coins for most of those dates. The first date in the set we offered, only 2,606, 1,307. There are no 68s, folks. There are no 68s. There's one 68 on the whole chart, and that's a 50S. And you get some dates, like the 51S, only 936 examples in 6.6 and 183 in 6.7. The only date you could call common was a 55S. And that's because Harry happened to have a bunch of bags of original BU 55S's that he submitted. That's the only reason. This guy had the greatest hoard of bags of 1955S Lincoln cents known. And I gave that presentation a couple of years ago where I owned about 1,300 examples, and we sold them all out. Now, those are the S-Mints. Now we go to the D-Mints, and here's the set I offered when we go to the D-Mints. And you're going to see the D-Mints are even tougher. There are a lot of dates. I don't know, can you put them side by side, Caitlin? Is that possible? Okay. There you go. Perfect. They're even tougher. You look at the 46S, 2,700 graded in 6.6. 46D, only 1,400. 46S, 569 in 6.7. 46D, only 470. You look at the 47S, 1,700 versus 1,300. In 6.7, 470 versus 172. 1948, 1,600 in 6.6, 500 in 6.7. 48D, only 1,100 in 6.6, 73 in 6.7. 49, a little over 2,000 in 6.6, 500 in 6.7. 49D, 1,000, about half that total, 75 in 6.7. Now we get to the P-Mints. And we'll put the P-Mints next to the D-Mints, okay? In the set I have, now the set I have is massive. It's a 19-coin set, folks, that starts in 1940. Starts in 1940 to the last year of the series, 1958. And I don't know, can you put that D-Mint chart we had there, Caitlin? There we go. We'll take, for example, you look at, we'll begin with the first date there. The first date in 6.6, the 44p, about the same number as the 44D, about 2,100 coins. But then in 6.7, notice how much rarer the 44p is, about half the number, only 470 in 6.7. But then you go to the 45D, P and D. 45P only 1,500 in 6.6, 45D only over 2,000, and then in 6.7 only 231 coins, and the 45D 908, and now you go to the 46, only 941 coins in 6.6, 38 in 6.7. The D-Mint 1,400 in 6.6, 470 in 6.7. Even when you get to some of the toughest dates in the series, like the 49D. 49D in the D-Mint's Denver Mint, one of the toughest years. 49P is even tougher, even rarer. Now, Caitlin, if you have the second page of those P-Mints, you get to the last. Put that over, because we want to compare it to the Denvers. Yeah, there we go. And you get to the last dates. Look at the 53p, 797 coins. And again, the D-Mint only has 1,500 and 133 in 6.7, only 23 in 6.7 of the 53p. The 54p, folks, 54p, 588 in 6.6, 10 in 6.7. Those sell for $25,000, $30,000 in 6.7. I've seen them go for $1,000 in 6.6. There's some of these coins in the P-Mint series that are rarer in 6.6 than the other mints in 6.7. Now the coins go for understandably very, very large premiums. Here's a 45p in 6.6. I'm just going to show you a few. We won't take too much time on these. They're generally in the $200 to $1,000 range. Here's a 46p for 400. Here's a 48p in 6.6 for 273. $52p, top-rated seller, over 35,000 happy customers, about $400. Then we get to some of those really tough dates. 53p, $977. $54p, $881. For the 54p. Now, folks, $881, if you compare it to the price for a 6.7, here's a 54p that sold in auction in 6.7. $23,500. Just last year. Here's a 53p that sold in 6.7. Just last year. $14,000. Here's a 57p. You'd think that'd be a less expensive coin. Well, it's less expensive. That's all relative. It's over $6,000. Here's one on eBay, ANAX graded example. A very highly rated dealer wants $8,000 for his 57p. A 6.7 set, folks, is going to run you, to put a 6.7 set together of these coins is going to run you in the neighborhood of $100,000. And a nice 6.6 set is generally in the $3,000 to $4,000 price range. Now the good news, folks, the good news is the sets, these P-Mint sets, that we have been waiting for. I had hoped to get these sets about 3 months ago. And he just could not get some of these dates together to be able to offer the complete sets. You know, it was just very, very difficult, you know, going through all these rolls. And so finally, we have some of the sets in. Good news is they've just arrived. We've got a beautiful set to show you here. Even better news, folks, is that considering the rarity of these Philadelphia Mint coins, wheatbacks, in MS66 red, considering their rarity, I think these coins are even a better deal than the S-Mint and the D-Mint sets we were previously able to offer. Now, the not so good news is that while we were able to offer about 250 of the S-Mint sets, and we had well over 100 of the D-Mint sets, we have fewer than 100 of these Philadelphia Mint sets. Fewer than 100 sets out of over 5,000 original, brilliant, uncirculated rolls. Original, brilliant, uncirculated Philadelphia Mint Lincoln cents. Probably the greatest hoard of these coins in brilliant, uncirculated condition on the planet. This is a bittersweet offer. My prayers go out to Harry's family. If not for him, this would not be possible, and it certainly wouldn't be possible at this price. Take a look at these sets, or this set rather. It's just amazing. There you go. There's the first date of the series, the 1940. Look at the color, folks. Now it says, you know, it's MS66 RD, red. That's very, very important. There's 3 different letter designations you can get after the numerical grade. There's RD for red, there's RB for red-brown, and then BN for brown. So you take a look at these sets now, folks. These things are 60, 70, and years old and older. And they look, starting with that 40, like they were just struck yesterday in amazing condition. I have the problem finding the tiniest little mark on these things. It's an amazing, amazing collection. The 1940, the 1941 Philadelphia, the 42, the 1943 steel cent. Now, they don't use red for that because they're steel. So they didn't have the copper. The 1 year that they were made in steel, in MS66. Then you go back to the 44, MS66 red. Every coin, beautiful red color, extraordinary MS66 grade. The 45, MS66 grade. The 46, only 941 graded. 47, 823 graded. Coin after coin after coin. 19 coins in all, folks. The 48, 779 graded. Only 57 in 6.7. None higher. That's it. 57 coins. The 50, only 611 graded in MS66. 69 higher. None in 8. I don't know why more of these coins don't get 6.7. You get one of these sets, I would resubmit the entire set because there's a good chance that you might get an upgrade out of these. These, I think, were very strictly graded by one of the strictest submitters in numismatics. There's the 52, only 700 graded. And we go to the last row, the 53, which you see sells for $15,000 in MS67. Beautiful 53. The 54, which sells for $25,000, $30,000 in 6.7, $900, $1,000 in 6.6 red. The 53 sells for the same price in 66 red. The 55, 6.6, only 964 graded. The 56, 1,200 coins. The 57, 1,300, and the 58, only 1,700 coins. And again, the 58, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 coin in 6.7. Now here's the great price part, folks. Here's the price. I mean, this is like finding buried treasure. Harry had the best eye. He only bought the finest rolls. And this is the finest from all of those rolls. I mean, finding something like this, knowing the difficulty in getting Lincoln cents of this quality in red condition in MS-66, it's like finding buried treasure. I mean, it brings out the child in me because I know how difficult it is to come across something like this. And I know I'll never get to offer something like this again once these are gone. And it's my hope that this brief presentation, this discovery, brings out the child in you as well. Fact is, most of the great coin collections that exist today exist below the radar screen. We do not hear about many of the finest known collections until the day comes when the owner chooses to sell. And this is what I believe is the greatest remaining hoard of some of the finest known Mint State wheatback Lincoln cents struck at the Philadelphia Mint every year beginning in 1940 until the last year of the wheatback series, 1958. This find, this hoard, is historic in its magnitude. Few Lincoln cents were stored away in this manner back then. There were very few collectors. And even if they were saved, 99% of the time, they were kept in an envelope or they were kept in conditions where the coins would tone, you know, brown, dark chocolate brown, the color that Caitlin showed you. You know, of all the metals used by the Mint, gold, silver, copper, copper is by far the most reactive, the most susceptible to transform from its original bright orange copper appearance to brown. And then having them stored in these state-of-the-art holders, which is so important. These NGC holders use the same materials. Actually, the Smithsonian holders are made of the same exact materials as these holders housing these Lincoln sets you see here. NGC houses the Smithsonian Institute collection. They house these coins. They use the finest medical grade plastics, which are very difficult to work with, but they're best for storage. And the holders are as close to 100% airtight as you're able to make a plastic holder. The prices on these coins. If you want a 1940, folks, in MS-66, let's start with the first coin. I do have to make there is one restriction on this. There is one restriction on this deal, and this is important, because I'm offering the entire sets, but I'm also offering you the option to buy individual coins. However, because it was so difficult to put these complete sets together, I have one restriction, and that is, if you want to acquire an individual date, I can only sell one of each individual date per customer. Now, as a customer, you can acquire as many different dates as you want, but you can only acquire one of each. What I cannot allow to happen is to have someone call in and buy, say, 20 48Ps or 40 1953Ps, for example. Because if I do that, then I won't have the sets left to offer to all the other people calling in. One is the limit per date, because I'm offering all 19 as a complete set. Now here's the prices. The 40P, folks, $59 for the 40P in MS-66 red grade. The next date, the 41P, $45. The next date, the 42P, $45. The next date, the 43 steel cent, $69. The next date, the 44P, $45. The 45p, where you saw some on eBay for $250, $49. Now we get to some of the ultra rare dates with populations less than 1,000 coins, okay? We're on the price guide, they're around $300. The 46p, only 941 graded. We're getting into the really rare pieces now, folks. Once we start in 1946, this is where we get into the key dates. The 46p is only $229, about a $5,000 coin in 6.7. The 47p, only 823 graded, $209. The 48p, 779 graded, only $195. The 49p, $205. The 50p with only 611 graded. That's it. Only 69 higher. Easily a $300 to $400 coin. Anywhere else on the market, $195. The 51p, only 608 graded, even a little tougher than the 50p, amazingly, and only 608, and only 30 in 6.7. Again, this is a $10,000, $15,000 coin in 6.7. The 51p, folks, I can't tell the difference between this and a 6.7, really. You look at every one of these coins, and they are exceptional. And this coin is only $229. The 52p is only $179. The 53p, that amazing 53p that you saw on eBay for, or it could have been another auction site for about, I think it was $900 or $1,000. The 53p, $249. And then that 54p, that coin that's a $25,000, $30,000 coin in 6.7, $595. The 55p, they get a little bit easier at this point, but not that much easier. The price drops all the way down to $59. The 56p, $39. The 57p, $90. And the 58p, only $39. Now, folks, that's a great deal. You add all of those up. If you bought them at those prices, that would come to $28.24 for the entire set. $2,824. If you add up all those up, which are already at great prices, below market prices. But this is why working with Harry and now working with David has been such an exceptional opportunity for me, because I'm able to give you the best deal on an extraordinary collection of wheatback Lincoln cents. Take a look at the price for the complete set. Again, the individual coins come to $2,824. You can own the entire set for only $1,690 while I have them. $1,690. That is my absolute rock bottom price. If you buy 10 sets, you can buy 10 sets if you want. If you can swing 10 sets, do it. You know, I would say do it. It would be the best. It would be the best purchase of wheatback Lincoln cents, some rare dates in superb condition, I think, in any of our lifetimes. I mean, it would be an amazing acquisition. This is just one of those incredible moments where, you know, again, being in the business for 35 years, knowing some of the real specialists out there, like Harry, who was a real specialist, who had some of the greatest hoards of wheatback Lincoln cent and wartime Jefferson nickels that anybody knew of. That's the only reason I'm able to offer a set like you see here today, the complete set, for only $1,690. It's just an amazing, amazing opportunity. Let me go through the prices once more. We are getting a lot of calls coming in. There's just one last chart I'd like to show you, just to put this all in perspective. just to put this all in perspective, I took the year 1948 and compared the Philadelphia Mint, Denver Mint, and San Francisco Mint Lincoln cents. 1948, in the Philadelphia Mint, they struck 317 million coins, which was more than the other mints, okay? Denver Mint, they only struck 172 million. San Francisco Mint, only 81 million. But in 6/6 red condition, the Philadelphia Mint, it's the rarest coin of all, only 1,200 graded. That's about 1 in every 250,000 coins originally struck, folks. 1 in 250,000 coins originally struck. The Denver Mint, about half the mintage, but they've graded about 2,300 in 6/6. That comes out to about 1 in 75,000 coins originally struck. 1 in 75,000 coins grading MS66, Mint State 66 red. And then the San Francisco Mint, lowest mintage of all, but almost 4,000 graded in 6/6 red. That comes out to about 1 in 20,000 coins grading 6/6 red out of 1 in 20,000 originally struck. And highest grade for all three of those dates is 6/7, by the way. This is what I'm talking about. Mintage has nothing to do with the rarity of these coins. It's how they were struck. It's the bag marks. It's so many other factors that go into determining the survival rate of some of these coins in high grade condition. Let's go through this list one last quick time if you just tuned in, folks. From the very first date there, Hector, the first year of the series, 19 coins in all, starting with the 1940p, only $59. The 41p, $45. The 42p, $45. The 43p steel cent, only $69. Great prices. The 4p, only $45. The 45p, only $49. And then we get into the really rare key dates with populations well under 1,000. These are the toughies, folks. To get these in 6/6 red. The 46p, normally a $400 or $500 coin on the market, $229. The 47p, only 823 graded, $209. The 48p, only $195. The 49p, only 748 graded, $205. The 50p, only 611 graded, $195. The 51p, only 229. The 52p, only 179. Then we get to the ultra rare 53p with only 23 examples graded in 7. $249, and then what you might call the key date 54p, a 54p in 6/7. The last one that was in auction went for about $25,000. A beautiful 66. Caitlin, could you pull that 66 that's on the show to the viewers there? A beautiful MS66 red of 54p. Take a look at this piece. Wow. It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. Wow. You can't, how clean does a coin have to be to grade 67, right? I mean, Caitlin showed you the others, and you can see the marks all over the other coins. This thing looks like it just came off the die. 6/6 red, absolutely extraordinary. Every single coin. 54p, only $5.95. How about the 53p? I'll show them the 53p. They're all like this, folks. Every coin, every single coin, 53p. And then the 55p, only $59. The 56p, $39. The 57p, $90. And then Caitlin showed them the last year of the series, the 58p MS66 for $39. Let's go for 58p there. $39. The last year of the Wheatback series. And Caitlin, let's do a hand shot of the first year, the 40p. Because it's amazing. Again, folks, people didn't collect these coins back then. Somebody had some original rolls. Harry got all of them. Look at this coin. It's amazing. 75 years old, and it looks like it just came off the die. Now, if you bought those individually, the entire set would come to $2,824. But you can own the entire set, and we are getting a lot of calls in for the entire set. a lot of calls for the entire set because the entire set is only $1,690. That's less than $100 a coin, folks. Less than $100 a coin for this magnificent set. It's the only one you'll ever see anywhere. You know, it's the only one I've ever been able to put together. These Philadelphia Mint issues in this extraordinary condition. It is just an absolute thrill. I know it's going to be a once-in-a-lifetime kind of deal because, again, this is the last of Harry's estate. Dave, his assistant, still has a few rolls that he's going through. He's going to try and put together a few more sets of the D mints, the S mints, and the P mints. But he's scraping the barrel at this point. And once these sets are gone, again, to be able to do them at these prices, these are the good old days, folks. This is the time to buy these wheatback Lincoln cents. These are the good old days, and I hope you take advantage of it. It's really been a thrill to offer this set to you today. Thanks for watching from Caitlin and I here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, RCTV.
Folks, when these coins first came out, there were examples in Proof 70 condition that were selling for $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 a coin. I had my clients calling me, asking me, some of them were almost begging me, Rick, can you get me some of these? And I would tell them, look, just wait a while, okay? Wait a while. This is not the time. These coins are just red hot right now. There's a time to buy, and just if we are patient, I'll be able to get these coins for you at a really, really great collector-friendly price that just offers you the most long-term potential. Well, this is now that time. This is one of the greatest coin series ever struck by the United States Mint. That's not hyperbole, folks. It's literally the most popular commemorative coin program in United States history. It seemed every family was assembling one of these most historic sets. The United States Mint has estimated that 147 million Americans have collected statehood quarters. The United States Mint estimates that 3.5 million Americans alone participated in the selection of the statehood quarter designs. From 1999, which was the first year of the series, 5 coins were issued each year in the order the states were ratified for statehood status. Beginning with Delaware in 1999, Delaware was the first state to be ratified, and ending with Hawaii in 2008, the last state to enter the Union. When the United States Mint was finished, it had struck almost 35 billion statehood quarters for circulation, the majority of which have been salted away by these millions of collectors. Now, each of the 50 coins representing the 50 states has their own unique story to tell, with each reverse commemorating one of the 50 states with a design that's emblematic of its unique history, traditions, and symbols. And what I have today are the most elite group of the finest sets in existence of the statehood quarter series. And the handful of complete sets I have, all 50 coins, are struck on silver planchets, not clad. Those 35 billion statehood quarters struck for circulation were all struck on clad planchets with 0 silver content. These coins are very rare 90% silver issues.
But most importantly, as rare as they are, the silver-proof statehood quarters I have for you today are in the highest possible grade, the finest possible condition, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, which represents perfection under high magnification. Now is the time to acquire this finest known proof silver statehood quarter collection. These 90% silver proof coins were struck in very limited numbers, due primarily to the very labor-intensive process of making a proof coin. Comparatively few of these most desirable silver proof sets were struck for the collecting public. And the vast majority of these sets that were issued were flawed to one degree or another, due in part to the complexity of the designs of many of these statehood quarters, and to less than perfect craftsmanship in preparing the proof dies, and to poor packaging. As a collector, folks, the set is breathtaking. Every coin in flawless Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. If you're new to collecting, Proof 70 is the highest possible grade any coin can receive. Coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading scale at the two major grading services, PCGS, Professional Coin Grading Service, and NGC, Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. These are graded by NGC. They grade coins on a 70-point grading scale from a low of 1 to a high of 70. 1 is the most heavily worn coin with a date that's barely readable. 70 is a coin that's flawless under high magnification. When the graders at NGC and PCGS get a coin that looks flawless under normal magnification, what they do is put it aside and review it a second time under even higher magnification. And if at that time they see the tiniest flaw, it gets a grade of Proof 69. If, however, under that second review, the coin is still flawless, it gets that holy grail of grades, Proof 70. NGC is among the most highly respected grading services in the country. The Smithsonian, which is the home of the greatest United States coin collection in the world, has their collection graded and certified by NGC in NGC's airtight, state-of-the-art holders. Holders that are composed of the highest medical-grade plastics designed to keep this collection as flawless and pristine 100 years from now as you see them today. And most importantly, folks, these are proof coins. I've always been partial to proof coins. The very first coins I bought in a coin shop when I was 10 years old was a 1962 proof set. Now, if you're new to collecting, there are two basic kinds of coins struck by the United States Mint. There are the coins struck for commerce, which you have in your change, which you use to buy things with. The goal, when the Mint strikes these coins for commerce, they need to be struck as efficiently as possible on high-speed presses. And then once struck, the coins are ejected into a bin, one coin falling on another. From the bin, they are run through coin counting machines, and from there, they are poured into mint bags to be shipped to banks across the country, so that by the time you receive one from the clerk at your local bank, even though it has never been in circulation, it will undoubtedly have marks due to the minting process. Again, virtually all the statehood quarters were struck for commerce on clad planchets, almost 35 billion coins. But then there are proof coins. They're intended to represent the state of the minter's art. Finest possible quality the Mint is able to produce given the technology of the day. The minting of a proof coin is very labor intensive. Finest dies are selected and in the early days treated to a sandblasting process to create a frost over the surface of the die. The die would then be taken by one of the craftsmen given the special responsibility of being a specialist in the proof-making facility at the Mint. It would be placed on a buffing wheel. and polished until the fields possessed a perfect mirror finish. Now, the recessed portion of the die, the portrait of Washington, the lettering and date, and the unique statehood symbols, since they were recessed, they would remain unpolished and retain the sand-blasted frost. The dies would then be put in place in the die press. The coin blanks would be slowly fed into the die, and the blank would be struck twice under higher pressure than was used to strike coins for commerce to bring out every detail of the design. And this new proof coin would exhibit a beautiful two-tone cameo effect, as you can see on these coins. And most importantly, folks, again, a very labor-intensive process. Once struck, these coins were not ejected into bins, but were individually handled, placed in separate compartments so as not to abrade with other coins. And the dies were replaced far more frequently. At the first sign of wear, a proof die would be replaced by a brand new proof die. Now, the key phrase in this entire proof-making process, what is most important for you to understand, is that proof coins are intended to represent the state of the minter's art given the technology of the day. And the state of the minter's art in 1999 was not what it is today, folks. Especially in the first year of the Statehood Quarter Series, 1999. The vast majority of these sets are flawed. I've got a couple with me today. This was the actual packaging. This is an original 1999 set. Sets go for huge premiums because everybody is trying to get these statehood quarters in flawless Proof 70 condition. This first year set, folks, I've seen these individual coins selling for over $10,000 in some cases. And you look at the quarters in this set, how they've all developed. You look at the Delaware, the New Jersey, Connecticut. You can see all that haze that has developed over the surface of the coin. We'll look at one more here. This is one of the problems at the mint. Quite often the materials that they were using in the packaging was not inert, so the coins would develop a very hazy toning, which in most cases was not removable. And look at the Delaware in this set. I mean, it's very cloudy, milky. It's basically ruined, okay? Now, the statehood quarter struck for commercial use. Here are the mintage charts for those statehood quarters struck on clad planchets for commercial use, folks. In 1999, you can see the Philadelphia and Denver Mint. Each year struck them in the hundreds of thousands of each mint every year. You add all of those up, it comes to almost 35 billion coins. There was no year where a mint struck less than 100 million coins. Now, on the other hand, the proof coins. Now, they issued two kinds of proof coins for the statehood quarters. They issued them on clad planchets, which were identical to the clad planchets they used for commercial use, and then they struck a small number on silver planchets in much smaller numbers. Take a look at this, folks. The coins highlighted in red are the coins we are interested in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition, struck in the hundreds of thousands. And then how few survive in exceptional condition. When I opened this presentation, I told you that timing is everything. I've always been something of a contrarian when it came to buying rare coins. My first book, we have an example right here, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era. That book came out in the early 1990s. It was a pioneering educational book that introduced the Ultra Cameo designation NGC now uses for proof coins. The 1951 you see on the cover of that book was about a $1,500 coin when my book came out. That same coin today, folks, is a $10,000 to $15,000 coin. When it comes to you folks, my clients, my focus has always been long-term, not on what's hot today. Now, of those silver-proof issues that were struck, here's a chart. These are the population totals. How few, especially that earliest year, how few have been graded in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, folks? You look at how few of these early dates have been certified in Proof 70, folks, Ultra Cameo. The 1999S Delaware, only 657 coins. And you think of the millions, tens of millions of people who have collected these coins over the last 20 plus years. There are only 657 possible sets, complete sets, that can be assembled in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. That's it, out of over 100 million collectors. Even the second and third years, they're extremely rare. 2002, they're extremely rare, less than 2,000 graded for most dates. And it's not until you get to the later issues in 2004, 2005, when you saw some improvement in quality at the proof-making facility, at the mint. You see more coins certified in Proof 70. But they're still very, very elusive. And there's the last date, the 2008 Hawaii. Became a state on August 21st, 1959. When I opened my presentation, I told you timing is everything. In the heat of the statehood quarter market in the early 2000s, individual dates in this series were selling for huge premiums. Here's a few auction prices realized of some of those early statehood quarter issues. 2001, New York, sold for $1,380. This is a price realized in auction. I'm going to quickly go through these. Here's a 2000 South Carolina, $1,000. 2000 Massachusetts, $1,000. There's a Pennsylvania, 1999 Pennsylvania, $1,495 just for that one coin. This is a price realized in auction. A New Jersey, $2,530 just for the New Jersey. Connecticut, $1,610. A Georgia silver, $6,037. And then the Delaware, folks, $17,250. And here's one, this was more recently, a Delaware, $5,999 for just the Delaware. In those early years, I had so many clients calling, asking me if I would assemble a set for them. And I would say, look, now's not the time. They're selling for tremendous premiums. There will come a time, though, when they will be a great, great buy, when I would strongly recommend them to you. Folks, today is that time. Today is that time. These entire sets, 50 coins in flawless Proof 70, are even harder to find now than 15, 20 years ago. I was able to acquire a small group of complete sets from a retired dealer friend of mine I have known for over 25 years. And while I have them, this is a limited time offer, my friends. These complete sets, complete 50 coin, ultra low mintage, Proof silver statehood quarter sets in the finest possible condition, flawless Proof 70, all 50 coins, including that Delaware, $2,795 per set. Folks, that's less than $100 a coin. Most importantly, they are encapsulated, graded by NGC and NGC's state-of-the-art holders. Folks, $55.90 a coin, not for 6.9s, but for 70s. We've got people calling in. It's most important, though, I'm not done explaining all the benefits you get with this NGC collection. Take a look at this. The NGC state-of-the-art holder. Number one, every statehood quarter you see, I have sent to NGC for curation before encapsulation. The curation process is a process where NGC neutralizes the surface. They remove any possible contaminants on the surface of the coin that may be invisible to the eye at the time of encapsulation, to guarantee you a collection that 100 years from now will be as pristine and flawless 100 years from now as they are today. Number two, these holders are made from the highest quality medical grade plastics. Number three, the holders are airtight. And 4, most importantly, the Smithsonian, the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world, has their collection encapsulated in these NGC state-of-the-art holders. You add up all those fees, the grading fee, the curation fee, which I take care of, the handling fee that NGC charges, their shipping fee, it's all shipped by registered mail. Then you have to ship the coin to them. Your total cost, folks, if you were to submit one of these coins yourself, would be well over $100. Okay, I bought this entire collection. I negotiated a fabulous deal with NGC. I've got them encapsulated, certified, the entire set for only $2,795 for the entire 50 coin set. It is available on the 2-payment option. And this is so very, very important because so often we will get clients who will call in a week later or 2 weeks later to order something that they saw a week or 2 ago, and we have to tell them we're sorry, but that item was a limited time offer. We're sold out. We can't offer you that set or that collection at that price anymore. So if you can't afford the entire $2,795, all you have to do is put half down today, half down of $1,397.50, and we'll put one of these sets aside for you with your name on it in our vault. And we'll hold it for you. You pay the balance in 30 days. Folks, this collection is a national treasure. It's a historical treasure. For you, your kids, your grandkids. I remember the very first year these coins came out, the Delaware, this key date in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I saw my very first Delaware, and I see the man on horseback, and I thought, well, Revolutionary War, that must be Paul Revere. And then I look at it more closely, and it says Caesar Rodney. So I did a little research. Well, who is Caesar Rodney? And here's what I found. Caesar Rodney served in the Continental Congress from 1774 through 1776. July 1st of 1776, the Delaware delegation was deadlocked on the vote for independence. To break the deadlock, Caesar Rodney was notified, he was about 70 miles away at a meeting, notified that they were deadlocked. He rode 70 miles through a thunderstorm on the night of July 1st, 1776, arriving in Philadelphia, and it's noted there, he arrived in Philadelphia in his boots and spurs on July 2nd, just as the voting was beginning. The vote was for the approval of the Declaration of Independence that was passed 2 days later on July 4th, 1776. And if Caesar Rodney had not shown up on time, that Declaration of Independence may not have been approved on July 4th, 1776. Such a great story. One of the reasons I really love United States numismatic coins, this is an amazing collection. This is the perfect time. This is the time to buy, to get a Proof 70 Ultra Cameo set, folks. They're not going to get any cheaper. This is the absolute perfect time to buy. I bought this incredible collection, and I am passing my good fortune on to you today. You get this incredible collection, every coin curated, the highest possible quality, absolutely pristine, the entire set for only $2,795. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is truly something that you can hold in your hand and just marvel and just appreciate, pass down to your kids, your grandkids. This is something you want to keep in the family. Thank you for watching.
Because we have a really rare gold deal, and there's not a lot of coins. I want to tell you right up front, you should get online right now, and the reason for that is there's not even one coin for every state in the Union. These are from the Civil War era. In fact, they're from the very beginning of the Civil War, and these are the very first United States gold coin ever issued. First issued in 1795. These coins are half eagles. They're the $5 gold, the workhorse coin of American commerce. This coin meant so much to the population of the United States. It bought so much. It provided so much. It was used so much. And as a result, we are going way back in time. Now, I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at later issues of the $5 gold half eagle, they are infinitely a wonderful, rare coin to own, especially in mint state, or if you're lucky enough, in any condition. But when we start talking about coinage from the Civil War era, now that was the era of the ultimate shortage of coinage. The United States of America was not producing a lot of coins. The Civil War, well, prior to that, was looming, and coins were just not being struck in any abundance. And most of the coins were being hoarded. Well, not really hoarded. They were being kept so they could be spent for all the necessary goods of the day. And wait till you hear what $5 would do for you in 1861, what you could buy and how long you could make it last. And then you're going to really understand why these coins in mint state, or any grade, frankly, are the hardest of all to get. These are $5 gold half eagles. The very first coin of gold ever struck by the United States of America was the half eagle, first struck in 1795. And ladies and gentlemen, these coins bear no motto, no "In God We Trust." That was added later in 1866. These coins were also mint state. These are extremely difficult to get in circulated condition, let alone mint state. So I implore you to get online right now because, as I said, quantities are really limited here. It takes a full year to accumulate these coins in mint state and about 5 minutes to sell them to collectors. So get ready. We have them available in 2 mint state grades, mint state 61 and mint state 62. I think it's really important to give some background for these coins. And I want you guys to take a look at, well, some mintage figures that we've written up here. And notice all the dates. And I want you to just see what mintages are and all these great coins. These are all half eagles, $5 gold half eagles. And I want to show you all these years and all these mintages and how difficult these coins are to acquire today. And then you're going to find something really amazing about the 1861s struck at Philadelphia. They have an extremely tiny mintage. And it was really apropos for the population and the amount of coins needed. But I think when it came to the 1861, they really did not figure in the pent-up demand for $5 gold. There's the coin, 1861, and the mintage. 688,084. And this is going to really illustrate the rarity of the coin as you start to see how many of these coins have been certified, have been populated in all grades of circulated, in all grades of uncirculated. And then you're going to be really surprised at some of the dates that you collect for $5 gold much later on in the series. 1892 and 1908, the very last year, and how the populations of these coins in uncirculated are immense compared to the 1861. I want to price this coin for you right now. We have it available, as I said, in 2 different grades, mint state 61 and mint state 62. We're going to be offering the mint state 61s, and this is an early price drop here, ladies and gentlemen. 1861 in mint state 61, $2,695. And I'm going to get a lot more excited about the price on this. Wait till you see all of the background information that goes with this unbelievable price. But the quantities are so small, this presentation is going to be so short, I want you to get in line right now because I don't want you to miss out. We're splitting this into two payments. In Mint State 61 at $2,695, two payments of $1,347.50. Now, I'm also going to price the Mint State 62s right now as well. These are immensely rare and extremely undervalued. Mint State 62, $3,595, available also on a two-pay of $1,797.50. Obviously, everybody knows that 1861 was the beginning of the Civil War. And during the Civil War, it was really tough to get any coinage whatsoever. Don't forget, this was the time of hard time tokens and Civil War tokens where private issues were accepted by merchants all over the country because there simply was no coinage being produced by the United States Mint of any abundance to satisfy all the demand. So we have a very small mintage, very small. But then something amazing with the 1861. We've distilled this down into a table that makes these coins just jump off the page. First of all, let's take a look. The mintage at 688,084 coins. The total certified by both of the major grading services, that's NGC and PCGS, in all grades of Mint State for this year, that's Mint State 60 to Mint State 69. And when, by the way, 1861s did not grade in 6.9, 6.8, or 6.7. 6.6 was the highest grade. And there are a mere 641 of these coins that have been graded by both grading services since the mid-1980s in all grades of uncirculated. 641 coins. And if you like percentages, that bottom line right there is not even 1/10 of 1% of the Mint State population against the mintage. So why are these so difficult to get? Well, you're going all the way back to 1861. There's a lot of factors that came into play, but I dug out this article, and I really think it illustrates what was going on in 1860, 1861. And the title of the article is Where Money Went in 1860. Groceries. I mean, groceries were a must-buy for everybody. And when you see what you could buy in 1861, you'll understand why this coin was so valuable, because it could provide virtually everything a family needed for a great amount of time. So these coins were not saved. They weren't put away. They were spent. They were worn out. They were melted down by the government as the dates wore off. A lot of a household budget in 1861 went to buying food. Rice was 6 cents a pound. Beans, 6 cents for a dry quart. Sugar, 8 cents a pound. Now, this doesn't sound like very much, right? 9 cents a pound for beef. Bacon, even back then, 12 cents a pound. It was a premium. Butter, 16 cents. Eggs, 20 cents a dozen. Ladies and gentlemen, that's just for the food budget. So you could see that $5 meant so much. How about clothes? Now, back in the day, unless you were well-heeled, unless you were wealthy, you made your own clothes. So it cost about 10 cents for a yard of fabric. And so it took about 5 yards to make a dress. And so you'd be looking at something, you could make a dress for 50 cents. So money went a long way. And when you got a hold of $5, especially in gold, you could buy so many things. Take a look at this. Housing. A $2,500 rent in today's world would be considered reasonable today. But check this out. In 1860, the same amount would buy a 2-bedroom house in Brooklyn. And if you were renting, as most people were in the big cities, you could rent a house for $4.50 a month. So you could see when you had a $5 gold coin, you could virtually house your family and buy groceries. So these coins were vital to the American public. And they were the most widely used of all the gold coins because $5 was in just about everybody's pocket. I want to show you some extremely famous issues of $5 gold as it compares to the 1861p, equally as famous, maybe even the most famous of all, the beginning of the Civil War. And I just want to show you some of these dates. Now, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this. 1861, the mintage, 688,000. In circulated conditions, circulated populations as graded by both of the grading services, 3,841 coins. And that's from a coin in the worst condition of circulated all the way to almost uncirculated. Now take a look at uncirculated, the next column over. In all grades that exist, only 641 coins have ever been certified by both of the grading services. Now, you jump to 1880. Reconstruction was going on. The mintage of over 3 million coins is a gigantic jump. Now, take a look at the circulated population, 4,651 coins. Now take a look at the uncirculated, and this is glaring here, ladies and gentlemen, 1,815 coins. Now let's go down to 1892. 1892 is a banner year for U.S. mint production. There are a lot of rare coins that were issued that year. Now take a look at how few of the $5 gold, only 753,000. The circulated population of that coin, 419, but the uncirculated, 3,141. Now, what does that tell you? It tells you that by the mid-1980s, in the current time that we're in right now, more coins exist in uncirculated condition of 1892 Ps than they do of circulated. You go just a few years later to 1900 from Philadelphia. Mintage has jumped a lot, 1.4 million. 1,813 coins certified in circulated condition. Now take a look at the uncirculated. There is a pool of 32,599 coins to select from when you want a 1900p in all grades of uncirculated. 32,599. Now when you compare that to 1861s at 641 coins, that is rarity, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you, the 1861 is going to qualify as a conditional rarity any day of the week, but absolutely rare. And what that means is, no matter what grade you're going to find an 1861 selling in, you are going to be experiencing rare coin money. Here is a comparison price from an auction that took place of an 1861 in one of the highest grades, if not the highest grade known, Mint State 66. This coin transacted at auction for close to $50,000, over $48,000. What's so special about that? Well, that was 2011. By 2015, 4 years later, that coin in Mint State 66 brought nearly $153,000 at auction. 1861 from Philadelphia, right in the heart of the Civil War, right in the beginning of the Civil War, is a flat-out rare coin. You know a coin is rare when you find one that is listed on the holder as being cleaned. Details. In other words, the surfaces have been modified. But even then, take a look at what this coin will bring. This is a Mint State 60, and it says details on the holder, and that means this coin has obvious signs of improper cleaning, and it still is nearly $4,200. So, ladies and gentlemen, in Mint State 61, $2,395. And take a look at the 61s, because what you're looking at right there is original luster, a coin that had never entered circulation. the few of these coins that were put away in the year of 1861 and collected and passed down ever since then. Folks, when you want a $5 gold Liberty and you want to buy it in quantity, you're going to have to select a much later date. In fact, even the 1908, the last year of the $5 gold Liberty before they transitioned to the Indian head, that coin compares amazingly to the 1861. It's a really tough coin to get. I'll tell you more about that in a second. But when you see these coins, take a look at this one. Sold at auction, almost $4,140. So when you can acquire mint state gold from the period of the Civil War, when you ask any dealer, any collector, read any published material, the facts are this. The hardest United States gold to get are the coins that were issued during the Civil War. Most of them have completely disappeared from overuse and melting by our government. Now, when did our government melt these coins? Well, we began melting these coins during the Great Depression. Now, don't forget, these coins were struck in 1861 with a really small mintage. So many of those coins were taken out of circulation because they were worn down from being constantly spent. But then during the Great Depression, and this was beginning in 1933, decades and decades later, these are the melt figures as published by the Treasury Department that took place during the years of 1933 to 1939. And you can see that over 1/3 of all the $5 golds ever struck were melted down by our own government just during that period of time. Doesn't even take into account all the worn out coins and all the melting that took place before then. So that when you remove over 1/3 the amount of coins that were originally struck, you end up with all dates being extremely difficult to get in mint state. But no date that I have found, and I've done a lot of research on this, I spent hours and hours trying to figure out where we could get just a few more coins. Can't be done. 1861, coins from the Civil War and prior to the Civil War are really the cutoff date in ultimate rarity. This is something that we pride ourselves on here at Rare Collectibles TV. And I mention that because we're not just an ordinary show about coins. We live and breathe coins every single day of the week. We're out there buying them. And we get an opportunity only once in a while to buy a deal like this. And I want you to take a look at these coins. You'll notice that they're all PCGS certified. They're all Mint State 61 or Mint State 62. And what that means, when you can get an uncirculated coin from that time period that is authenticated, graded, and accurately described, it's a winner. These coins don't exist. Almost every single one was circulated, was spent. These coins were struck to be used in commerce. They were meant to be spent. These are the few that have outlasted time, that have been put away, that have been treasured, and we've got a few of them. And when we talk about $5 gold in the history, especially numismatically speaking, of the United States of America, this was the very first denomination of gold the U.S. ever issued in 1795. And these were known as half eagles. And it was shortly after that that the $10 eagle joined the ranks. Now you also had the quarter eagle, the 2.5. And a little bit later, in 1850, the double eagle joined the series of gold issued by the United States of America. These were denominated. Eagle was a denomination, in fact, the very first denomination of gold. The fact that these survive today, ladies and gentlemen, is the most amazing part about this deal. The opportunity to collect coins that are from the actual time period of the beginning of the Civil War. And when you think about how much purchasing power a coin like this would have, it's amazing that they have survived to this day in mint state, in uncirculated condition. Gold is really soft. It's 90% pure. If a coin is released into circulation just once, used in a transaction, it will be obvious wear. It will have some form of wear, even if it's just one time being spent and taken out of circulation immediately. In order for a coin to grade by one of the most prestigious grading services in all the world, it has to be viewed under 5-time magnification to detect even the slightest bit of wear, to make sure all the original luster is present and the crispness of strike. These fall under that category of being true uncirculated rarities from the beginning of the Civil War. Can you imagine who owned these coins? Who passed them down? And the journey that they've taken all of this time to get to where we are today. And the opportunity to own something, not just vintage from the Civil War, but actual items that were so important to the people who lived during that time. These coins normally would keep people going, but somewhere along the line, a tiny fraction of the original mintage, which was very small to begin with, have been treasured and put aside. This never happens to vintage Civil War gold. But this is a hoard that is so small and so valuable. Folks, I can tell you right now, if you're not on the line, there is still time. Please, I say this in almost a pleading manner, and the reason why, I know that for those of you who may think, I'm going to wait on this and see what develops, I'm going to look around, I've got to tell you, you're going to be that individual that I'm going to talk to privately, that's going to call me up on the phone, and you're going to beg me to find you one of these. And I'm going to have to break your heart, because I'm going to tell you, they all went on the presentation. This is one of those coins you don't want to wait on. All the facts bear it out. Hardly any in mint state have ever been graded. The price is amazing. It compares below the market at coins that have also sold below the market. Its rarity is up there with some of the finest 20s and some of the finest 10s. In fact, they're even harder to get because these coins, again, were the workhorse coin of the American economy. Coins like these will never be available in Mint State 68 or Mint State 69 or Mint State 70. We all know that. So the opportunity to own Civil War gold in mint state is an amazing chance to own a piece of history. And I got to tell you, judging by how seldom these coins are seen, how seldom they are certified, and how low the mintage is, this could be your only opportunity, and I don't want you to miss out. This has got to end right now because the coins are going quick. Don't miss the deal. You have an opportunity for Mint State 61 or Mint State 62. The price is amazing. The quality is assured. This is Rare Collectibles TV, and this is the place you come to find mint state gold that you'll never see anywhere else. So I want to thank you so much for watching and invite you to stay tuned for more great stuff. We'll see you soon.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Right here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Morgan dollars, one of the most widely collected coins in the world. And I have specialized in the finest Morgan dollars since the early 1980s. In fact, I have helped my clients assemble what are widely recognized as the finest proof Morgan dollar collections in existence. Here are a couple of awards recognized by NGC, the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. They are a leading independent grading service. The Smithsonian, the home of the finest United States coin collection in the world, has their entire collection encapsulated by NGC. And here you see a couple of awards, one given in 2003 for the finest Proof Morgan collection, and another one given out in 2006. And there are many other awards as well for Morgan dollars that I have assembled for my clients, folks. I tell you this because I believe I have a very important obligation as your host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show. It's not about talking the talk. It's most important to have a good track record. This is what I do. This is what I've been doing for over 35 years. I want you, my clients, to be able to walk the walk. It's that simple. That's my mission here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. And what I have today is simply the finest two-coin set. Two coins ranking among the very lowest vintage silver dollars in the entire 100-plus Morgan dollar series. And they were struck at a legendary mint. Morgan dollars from this mint rank among the most desirable among collectors and dealers. It is the Carson City Mint. Folks, the two coins I have from the Carson City Mint shouldn't even exist, especially in uncirculated condition. The last Carson City dollar was struck in 1893. These Carson City dollars that I have are the lowest vintage Carson City Morgan dollars in mint history, and among the lowest vintage Morgan dollars in the entire Morgan dollar series. Now, I have a very limited quantity of these coins. These coins, again, should not exist. The story follows shortly, but first, the coins. 1881 and 1885 Morgan dollars struck at the Carson City Mint in brilliant uncirculated condition. They were stored in mint bags for almost 100 years. And the discovery of these coins is a most fascinating, incredible story. You look at the condition of these. Now, all Morgan dollars are going to have bag marks. Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy, so they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. And these are remarkable uncirculated specimens. And there, on the reverse, what distinguishes these coins from all the other Morgan dollars, at 6 o'clock, right below the eagle's tail feathers, the famous CC standing for Carson City, that coveted CC mint mark. Now, Jack and I spent some time at the Carson City Mint. Folks, by mint standards, the Carson City Mint was probably about the size of the cafeteria for the Philadelphia, New Orleans, and San Francisco mints, which were responsible for the lion's share of the Morgan dollar struck. But I've got some pictures of all four of these mints. We've got a picture of the Philadelphia Mint, and it's an imposing building and what you would expect from a mint that is striking millions of coins of every denomination every year. And here is the San Francisco Mint. Even though it was what we refer to as a branch mint, it was a very imposing building, very large. And here's the New Orleans Mint. Jack and I spent some time at the New Orleans Mint. It was originally built in the 1830s, very large structure. And then we get to the Carson City Mint. Now, folks, when you place it next to these other mints, it's a tiny, tiny mint structure. Now, Jack and I knew that the Carson City Mint was a very, very small mint. And I got a fascinating story about this. We flew in to Reno, Nevada. It was late in the evening. We drove down to Carson City. And we finally got into town. It was about 10 o'clock at night. And we knew the street that the mint was on. And we must have driven past it, 2 or 3 times, and we couldn't find the mint. We were expecting a small building. But we didn't realize it was this small. It's a very small building, and the relative output was minuscule compared to those other mints. When you look at all the Morgan dollars struck by mint, over 600 million Morgan dollars were struck over the entirety of the series. And here's the breakdown by mint. Philadelphia had the lion's share, over 300 million coins. New Orleans, 186 million. San Francisco, 131 million. Denver, only 20 million. However, the Denver Mint didn't open until 1906. It only struck Morgan dollars for 1 year in 1921. And just in that 1 year, they struck over 20 million Morgan dollars. The Carson City Mint struck Morgan dollars over 13 different years. And the entire mintage was only 13.8 million coins, folks. And the Carson City dollars I have today are the lowest mintage Carson City dollars for the series. Take a look at this mintage chart that shows all the Carson City Morgan dollars struck. The highest mintage was the 1890 CC with 2.3 million. And you see as they get progressively lower, 1879 CC, they didn't even strike 1 million coins, 756,000. And there at the very bottom, the 1881 CC, 296,000 coins. And there at the very bottom, the 1885 CC, only 228,000, folks. Now, it was believed that all the Carson City dollars either went into circulation or were melted down in 1918 as a result of the Pittman Act, when 59% of all the Morgan dollars struck were melted down for bullion, over 270 million coins. And here you can see the total mintage for all the Morgan dollars over the entirety of the series, 656 million, 270 million melted down. That's left 386 million coins. And the vast majority of those went into circulation. They were used for commerce. Only about 6.5 million have been certified in uncirculated condition. That's about 1.7% of the entire mintage of the surviving coins. And usually when you see Morgan dollars, they look like the coin I have here. You can go into a coin shop, and even jewelry stores will have Morgan dollars. A lot of families will have old Morgan dollars. They were heavily used for commerce. And then, in the early 1960s, what happened next is so implausible, inconceivable, unbelievable. Only the federal government could concoct such an improbable plot twist. It turns out that deep in some remote corner of one of their cavernous coin vaults at the United States Treasury were some dust-covered original bags of Carson City silver dollars, folks. This was in the 1960s that they discovered these coins, struck at the Carson City Mint, which last struck coins in 1893. But here they were, original Carson City Mint bags. And here's a mint bag, the kind of burlap bags they were routinely used, with Carson City dollars struck between 1878 and 1893. And this hoard included the 2 lowest mintage Carson City dollars in the mint's history, the 1881 and the 1885. Now, when they discovered these coins, the question was what to do with them. Well, they considered melting them back down, just like they did in 1918 in the Pittman Act, melting them back down for bullion. But instead, they said to themselves, maybe we can make some money with this discovery. And so they hired some expert numismatists to help sort the coins. And all the examples that were deemed to be badly damaged, heavily oxidized, were set aside. The finest uncirculated examples were encapsulated in the early 1970s in what we now refer to as the GSA, Government Services Administration hard plastic holder, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States Treasury, never going into circulation, stored for almost 100 years in mint bags. And they were offered to the public for sale for a substantial premium at the time. And here we see a brochure that was issued by the GSA when they were selling these specially encapsulated Carson City dollars, talking all about the legendary mint, how historic it is. It is, without question, among Morgan dollar collectors, the most coveted mint in the Morgan dollar series. Folks, and that's what I have today. A very limited quantity of the two lowest mintage Carson City silver dollars, guaranteed uncirculated by the United States government in the original GSA holder issued in the early 1970s. You take a look at these coins. They should not exist. They were supposed to have been melted down. They were supposed to have been in circulation, heavily circulated, but here they were in original mint bags in the United States Treasury. Now, the Carson City Mint operated for a very short time. Silver was discovered in Nevada in 1859. And this was monumental, folks. This vein of silver came to be called the Comstock Lode. In response to all the silver being mined, the Treasury built a small branch mint located in Carson City. They built it in 1865. This Carson City Mint had a very limited production capacity. Now, the Carson City Mint didn't begin striking any coins until 1870. By that time, mint production began to slowly decline because the tremendous output of silver from that Comstock Lode began to decline. And that's reflected in the population growth of nearby Virginia City. Virginia City was where a lot of the miners lived, not too far away from Carson City Mint. In 1860, Virginia City population was about 2,300 people. It reached a peak in the mid-1870s with an estimate of about 25,000 residents. That was a huge, huge city when you consider this was the Wild West, folks. In the mid-1870s, 25,000 residents. It was a major, major city. But as that output began to decline, by 1880, the population of Virginia City declined to 11,000. By 1890, it was about 6,400 people, and by 1900, it was back down to only 2,700 residents. And in 1893, the Carson City Mint struck its last silver dollar. It was in operation, that mint, for a mere 23 years. Now, among numismatists, for all these reasons, the very low mintages, its remote location, in operation for only a little over 2 decades before it closed down, and its unique double mint mark. It's not a simple D that was used by the Denver Mint, or an S as used by the San Francisco Mint, or the O used by the New Orleans Mint. The Carson City Mint had a unique CC double mint mark. Now, among Morgan dollar enthusiasts, of which I am one, Carson City silver dollars have always had a special romance. a most desirable mintage Morgan dollar. To put the low mintage of these Carson City dollars that I have for you today in perspective, I've got a chart. These are all the Morgan and Peace dollars struck from 1878 to 1935. All the mintages from the highest mintage in declining order. Starting with the 1922 Peace dollar, 51 million Peace dollars struck. 1921 P Morgan dollar is the next highest mintage, which with about 44 million coins. You get to the bottom of the page, we're still at 12 million, 11 million coins for the 1888, 1889, and now we get to the second page. And we still have mintages over 10 million. We get to the bottom of the page, we're down to about 5 million coins for the 1891S. Now we get to the third page. And here we get to the bottom of that page, and we're down to about 1.5 million coins. We've got some coins that border on being rarities in uncirculated condition. And now we get to the last page. And this is extraordinary. At the top, you see the 1892 CC, very elusive. We go down to the very bottom, 93S, folks. I'm going to show you some prices, what these coins go for, these low mintage Morgan dollars, when they're found in any condition. But at the very bottom, you have the 1881 CC, only 296,000 coins originally struck. And then the 1885 CC. 238,000 coins, folks. These two dates that I have today, again, should not exist. By some miracle, they went into the Treasury's vaults, and they were stored there for nearly 100 years. Bags of 1881 CC and 1885 CC Morgan dollars discovered in the Treasury vault in the 1960s. I mean, Steven Spielberg couldn't have made a more unlikely plot. It was unbelievable. And you look at these coins, and again, they were sorted at the Treasury. All the circulated coins, all the damaged coins, all the lower quality coins were kicked out. And only the finer 1881 CC and 1885 CC Morgan dollars were encapsulated, as you see here, folks. These coins in uncirculated condition. Now, for those of you new to numismatics, when I say they're in uncirculated condition, coins are graded on a 70-point scale. The lower the number, the heavier the circulation. For example, this Morgan dollar I showed you might be something like an AG or good condition coin, and it would receive a numerical Sheldon scale number like a 6 or an 8. And here, for example, is one encapsulated, graded by NGC. You can see the heavy circulation. It's a good 6. Now, if the coin has never been in circulation, like these coins, the lowest grade for an uncirculated coin is mint state 60. MS60 represents a coin that's the lowest quality in uncirculated condition. So if you have a bag of 1,000 Morgan dollars, there's going to be some in there that are very heavily bag marked. So bag marked that it gets a grade of 60 with an extreme number of bag marks. Again, that's not what you get when you get these Carson City GSA dollars. They took the finer dollars to be encapsulated in these holders. Now, the highest possible grade is 70. That represents perfection under high magnification. There are no Morgan dollars in 70, and there never will be. There have been a couple in MS69, although they're not 1881 CC or 1885 CC Morgan dollars. A very small group of these surfaced, these 1881 CCs and 1885 CCs and these original GSA holders. Jack and I cherry-picked the finer examples. We guarantee they will be above MS60 grade, folks. They're choice, brilliant, uncirculated with minimal bag marks. It's amazing, it's a miracle, it's a once-in-a-lifetime Halley's Comet event. Once these coins are gone, that's it. These lowest mintage Carson City dollars. The best part of all is the price. Low mintage Morgan dollars, folks, can go for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And here's some that have higher mintages than the two Carson City dollars we have for you today. Here's an 1895 Mint State 61. That sold for over $27,000. Here's another 95 same grade, MS61, very low Mint State grade, and it sold for over $35,000. But then you get a 92S, again, higher mintage, MS61, $46,000. A 92S, folks, in circulated condition for over $32,000. 1889 CC, low mintage, very low mintage of $350,000, Mint State 61, $30,000. Now, the one Morgan dollar that we could find that has the lower mintage than our Carson Cities, the 93S, lowest mintage of all, only 100,000 struck. Here's one in Mint State 63 condition, over $300,000. That's a dealer with 100% positive feedback. These GSA 81cc, 85cc, extraordinarily low mintage, have such tremendous long-term potential. The best part of all about these two dates, folks, they are so underrated, so undervalued. The best part of all is the price. The key to our success, when we have some good fortune that comes our way to acquire some rare date Morgan dollars, Liberty Double Eagles, whatever it may be, when we get a great deal, we pass our good fortune on to you. These coins could easily sell for $5,000, $4,000, $3,500 a coin. I have these coins today. The GSA 1881cc, a limited time offer. We have these available for only $895. The fourth lowest mintage Morgan dollar in the entire Morgan and Peace dollar series, folks. In the original GSA holder, it doesn't get any better than this. If you never buy another Morgan dollar, if you've never bought a Morgan dollar, I would strongly urge you to consider these two dates. These are national treasures struck at the Carson City Mint, $895. And then you have the 1885cc, $228,000 originally struck. It's rare in any condition, folks, and it's only $1,195. However, I would urge you to get the set, folks. You get the pair. You can own both for only $1,995 for both the 1881cc and 1885cc. Now, again, we have limited quantities of these. This is a ground floor opportunity. This really is a must-buy. If you've never bought a Morgan dollar, if you never buy another Morgan dollar, you get these two coins. These are coins that you should keep in the family, pass down to your kids, your grandkids. Carson City Mint Morgan dollars, the lowest mintage issues in the Carson City series. And we have a two-payment option for the set of two. Put half down today of $997.50, and we'll hold the two-coin set for you, folks. That's a savings of $95. $997.50 down today. We'll hold two of these aside for you, put it in our vault with your name on it, and pay the balance in 30 days. Again, these are GSA encapsulated in the early 1970s, the lowest mintage Carson City dollars in beautiful, choice, brilliant, uncirculated condition, folks. Coins that should not exist, that were discovered in a treasury vault in the 1960s in original mint bags, similar to what you see here. It really is a miracle discovery. And once these are gone, that's it. I mean, the government sold all those dollars that they discovered in the 1960s through sales in the early 1970s, and we've got the lowest mintage Carson City dollars for you today at a great, great price of only $1,995 for the set. This is just a great opportunity to acquire these key low mintage issues in the Morgan Dollar series from that storied Carson City Mint. These are true national treasures. I am so thrilled to be able to offer these two dates today. We've never had this kind of offer before. We came across a great group of these dollars. Jack and I cherry-picked the finest examples that you see here today. Now, if you just want to buy one date, there is a limit of 3 per caller, okay? We can't have somebody calling in and buying 20 1881 cc's or 20 1885 cc's because we have a limited quantity. We have a lot of people who call in who want the set. So if you just want one date, it's a limit of 3 per customer. Okay, I must emphasize that. So here we have 2 Carson City Morgan dollars, the lowest mintage Carson City Morgan dollars in the entire Carson City series. The 1881 cc, they only struck 296,000 examples. The 1885 cc, 238,000 coins, folks. When you have Morgan dollars that for some years, some of the mints struck 10, 20 million Morgan dollars. The Carson City Mint was a small mint. They had a limited production. And in 1881 and 1885, they had the lowest production in the entire Carson City series. And we have these coins, these discovery coins that should not exist, that were discovered in the United States Treasury in the 1960s. They were encapsulated in special Government Services Administration holders. Only the finest examples went into the GSA holders, folks. Any coins that were circulated or damaged did not go into these special GSA holders. This is a great, great opportunity at a great, great buy it now price. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thanks for watching.
And to this presentation of some very, very valuable silver dollars. These coins are in the ultimate grade of Mint State 70. They bear the labeling. They are certified. And by the way, Mint State 70, an absolutely flawless, perfect condition coin. They also contain on the labeling 3 magic letters, FDI, first day of issue. Now, probably the most special attribute of the labeling of this coin are 2 words. This simple phrase here, emergency production, is indicative of some of the rarest silver eagles the Mint has ever issued. And we're going to get into that in a big way, but I want to let you all know it is rare that you will have an emergency production of a coin. It's only happened a couple of times in the history of the United States Mint that it's happened before. And you have to go all the way back to World War II for just a couple of examples. All Jefferson nickels that were struck during World War II bore the mint mark on the reverse in a very prominent location, and they were made of silver. And this was an emergency production, removing the nickel from the nickel and replacing it with silver. In addition, during World War II, copper Lincoln pennies were, well, they were no longer made of copper for the 1 year, 1943. And instead, they were made of zinc and they were steel coated. That was emergency production because the copper was a vital material for the war effort. Now, something that's happened to the Silver Eagle series that had never happened before took place in 2020. Because of the circumstances worldwide, the U.S. Mint was operating on an extremely small crew everywhere. Hardly any staff was at the Mint. Well, when you have hardly any personnel, You are missing somebody to work the coining presses, somebody to engrave the dies, somebody to do modeling, and there are many positions that were vacant at the time. A skeleton crew is what you would call it. So for the first time ever, for the Silver Eagle, a silver dollar, which was produced since 1986, for the first time, the Mint went into emergency production mode. And what we are going to feature is something everybody who collects silver dollars has to have. A silver dollar struck at the San Francisco Mint. Silver dollars from San Francisco, when you talk about Morgan dollars, peace dollars, everybody wants them. The coining techniques that were employed by the master craftsmen at the San Francisco Mint meant that Morgan dollars bearing the S Mint mark coming from San Francisco were the finest examples of the strike that you could get. And everybody wanted an S Mint silver dollar. And that tradition remains in play today. Another thing that is probably the most important is the drastically reduced mintage for the coin that you're about to see. This is a 2020, and we haven't even gotten into the fact that the American Silver Eagle dollar is about to undergo a reverse design change. So the world famous John Mercanti Heraldic Eagle reverse that has been on these American Silver Eagle dollars since 1986 is going away. You're looking at some of the very last ones that will ever be produced. Here's the deal, guys. We're very fortunate because we actually have the Silver Eagle, the American Silver Eagle dollar, that is the most difficult coin to source, to achieve a perfect mint state 70 grade. We call them business strikes. You do too. At the top of this table are the business strikes. Since 1986, the total that the United States government has issued has been over 534 million coins. There's a proof version of this American Silver Eagle dollar as well. It has a mirrored background. It's struck for the collector. It undergoes multiple strikes for one coin in the coining press, at least twice, to bring out the contrasting surfaces that all collectible silver dollars have to have. There were 27 million of those coins. Another collectible version of this coin has been issued, known as the burnished die. And when you take a look at burnished dies, they've only been striking burnished dies since 2006, and they have struck to this point over 3.7 million coins. Now, all that's good and well, but one of the reasons why Morgan dollars in the highest grades known are so valuable is because of the rare opportunity for one of those coins to grade that high, because most of the coins will never come close to that grade. This is exactly the case with these business struck American Silver Eagles. And for the first time ever, the San Francisco Mint has had to contribute to the annual production of the business strike Silver Eagles. Now today, the business strikes are struck at the West Point Mint, and that's what makes these San Francisco coins so incredibly valuable. In order to augment the production of West Point, the San Francisco Mint agreed that they would begin striking coins. Now, here's the difference. West Point will strike millions and millions of coins to feed all the demand. In one year, 2015, they struck over 47 million coins. This particular time of history that we're in is all about shortages. Shortages of everything, and that goes right to coins. So San Francisco has agreed that for 2020, they will strike this silver dollar to the tune of only 1 million coins. Now that's big news because this is also the very first emergency issue from the San Francisco Mint. Now most of the time when these coins are struck, they're struck to the tune of millions and millions of coins. In fact, I want to give you a little rundown of year production. Now, these are all for the business strikes. 1986 was the first year of the American Silver Eagle. The figure of 5.3 million in production is pretty misleading because they really only struck the coin for 1 month at the end of 1986. And they managed to strike almost 5.4 million coins. But something really, really important, more important than the mintages, is the far column. I want you to take a look at the percentage by which any of these coins from 1986 certify in a perfect mint state 70 grade. And as you can see, not one year is over 1%. Minuscule percentages of these silver dollars will grade a perfect mint state 70. And what that means, ladies and gentlemen, of all the varieties of this coin that are available, business strikes, the collectible uncirculated mint-marked coins, the proofs, reverse proofs, enhanced uncirculated, any one of those great options that the government has been issuing silver dollars in, the rarest of all are the coins that you are now looking at. They occur in a perfect grade 70 the fewest amount of times. In fact, as a series, it has been just about 1/3 of 1%. This is important. So then you get to thinking, how many of these coins would I have to submit to the grading service to get one back in a perfect grade mint state 70? The other factor is, what will it cost you to get one of these coins graded in a perfect grade? So there you have to submit a lot of coins, multiples, just to get one in a perfect grade. But you're going to be requesting that everyone be taken into consideration as being a perfect coin. So here's what you're up against. By the time you're done, if you're lucky enough to get a mint state 70 coin, $51. I should say if you're lucky enough to get a mint state 70 grade, over $50. That doesn't include the cost of the coin either, folks. This is something so important, and a lot of collectors realize this. That's why this is one of the hottest silver dollars you can get your hands on today. Just in thinking back on the silver dollars from San Francisco, whether they be Morgans or peace dollars, I cannot think of too many coins that have a mintage below 1 million. 1884S, if you want to use that as a great example, the mintage of the 1884S is 3.2 million coins. Now, we all know that an 1884S in a high mint state grade is a 6-figure coin. There's countless other dates from the San Francisco Mint where this one beats them in terms of mintage hands down. And most of the other mints can't compete with a mintage of 1 million. In fact, it's pretty much an exclusive club when you think of silver dollars that have a mintage of 1 million or less. Some of the most expensive coins in any of the series of silver dollars. Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't gotten online already, you got to do it. This is something more than special. It's unique. It's from a time that is never going to happen again. It's from a time that hadn't happened since World War II. The emergency production of coins is something that's invoked by the Treasury to supply and feed the demand of collectors and folks who just can't get enough silver dollars who are citizens of this country. Nothing stops the U.S. Mint. They might get slowed down a whole lot, but nothing stops the production of American money. This is the first coin of its kind with a mintage of 1 million. It has never been done before, this coin, when the Mint announced ahead of time for a regular issue, the business strikes. They're out to strike quantity, ladies and gentlemen, not a small quantity, a big quantity. This is the first time this has ever happened. And they came out and announced that it's going to be 1 million mintage, and that's it. And believe me, Everybody had to have one. Hardly anybody is going to be able to get a first day of issue. Hardly anybody, you can see by the figures, is going to be able to get a perfect mint state coin. And when you do find them, I don't mean to scream, but this is something worth bellowing about. When you do find them, there's one for $300, one of the hottest issues in the United States of America. Emergency production, emergency release, first day of issue. How about $169? Now, folks, we have built in a little bit of a quantity option here. This is a great opportunity to put these coins away. I'm being straight up serious here. You are not going to get another chance at this. These are 2020s. They're the first ones. It is the last of the Mercanti Reverse, and we haven't even gotten into that yet, but we're going to. This is a silver dollar for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. It has been continuously issued since 1986, but very shortly, the reverse that we all know and love, the heraldic eagle, will no longer be. This is one of the last ones. First day of issue is your only opportunity. This will never happen again. $169. Now, here's where it really gets to be a lot of fun. How about 5 coins for $165 each? $825. Ladies and gentlemen, in certifying 5 coins alone, you're going to pay over $50 to get that label, to get an emergency production in a mint state 70, to get a first day of issue. So $825 for 5. The price is going to go all the way down to $159. $159, that is for 10 coins. So $159 each is what I'm saying. $1,590. That can be broken up into 2 equal payments of $795 twice. And it's really important because for those of you looking to put away quantity, you put down $795 right now. Every coin could sell out. There may never be another one minted. As far as coins go, this is the original when it comes to this emergency production from San Francisco. You've got to be able to take advantage of getting in on a deal of 10 of these while you can. Now, what's happened with this coin, because of the advent of the news from the U.S. Mint, that this coming year, the year we're in right now, 2021, will see the actual end to what we call the Series 1 or Type 1 production of these coins. A new reverse will shortly hit the scene, known as the Type 2. So these Mercanti Heraldic Eagle reverses, which have been on the reverse of the American Silver Eagle since 1986, will be discontinued. Since news of that broke, everybody's got to have them. There is a continual barrage of every collector. I got to tell you, this is one of the most amazing things I have ever seen. Well, I think a lot of it has to do with you're not paying $300 for the coin. You're paying $169. That's the highest price you can pay because we're also giving you an opportunity to pay $165 if you buy 5, $165 each for 8 1/4, and that price can go all the way down to $159 each for a quantity of 10 for $1,590. So it's big news here. You get a perfect San Francisco struck silver dollar documented by NGC, first day of issue, highest grade you can get, part of a really rare emergency production issue. Can you imagine? Look, let's just go back briefly to say, oh, I happen to have a lot of mintages right here. You know, and over the last few years, I don't know if you've noticed or not, the way the American Silver Eagle program has gone is that in the beginning, for instance, 1986, about 5.5 million coins were issued in a short period of time. The next year, 1987, was like almost 12 million. The mintages began to go up. The popularity of the coin began to just go crazy because collectors began to realize that, hey, this is a bona fide United States silver dollar, more silver in it than a Morgan, bigger coin, and an unbelievable design that dates back to the Walking Liberty half dollar. And most of us collectors who love the Walking Liberty half dollar has never had the opportunity to see one as detailed as the Walking Liberty half-dollar design on the obverse of these coins. I mean, Adolph A. Wyman had this in his mind's eye when he designed the Walking Liberty half-dollars in 1916. So bringing that design back, that design is not going away, but its reverse that was created by John Mercanti is. Now, I want you to take a look at some of these mintages, folks. This is what's been happening lately. Now, the highest year total was 2015. 47 million coins were struck by the U.S. Mint. 47 million. And again, I want to point out, it is a really rare occurrence for any of these coins to grade in a perfect mint state 70 grade. It doesn't even happen 1% of the time with any of them. So when you factor that in to the first ever San Francisco emergency production, this is an amazing silver dollar. Now, if I was to tell you that there would be any American Silver Eagle with a mintage as low as $1 million, you would laugh. You'd say, you know what I'm talking about. You're talking about the high relief peace dollar. You're talking about one of those coins from the Carson City Mint. They don't make Silver Eagles in a quantity of just $1 million. Haven't you been paying attention? But they do, ladies and gentlemen, they did. 2020 from San Francisco, this first ever emergency production from the San Francisco Mint. There's only going to be, all that were minted was $1 million. They're gone. They're gone. What we don't have on our set here right now is gone in collectors' hands everywhere. This is the most collected silver dollar in the world today. Even more collected, dare I say it, than the Morgan dollar. This coin right here affords you the opportunity to get a perfect grade mint state 70 American silver dollar, something you could never do with any of the silver dollars from the bygone eras. Even, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say it, even an Ike dollar today, if you were to get an Ike dollar in a mint state 70, is going to run you thousands and thousands of dollars. Take the opportunity right now to get a coin that is pure silver, the largest silver dollar we've ever issued, a perfect graded 70, first day of issue, emergency production. You know what? There is not enough adjectives or descriptions to put on that label. There's just not enough room for all the great qualities that this silver dollar possesses. Now, I think the coup de grace on this is that this coin is in a perfect graded mint state 70. So, ladies and gentlemen, I got to conclude this. This silver dollar is the first emergency production from San Francisco. The heraldic eagle reverse will soon be gone. This is one of the last coins. That reverse of John Mercanti's made this coin popular. It's certainly one of the major contributing factors to the popularity of this coin. This heraldic eagle reverse was a tribute that John Mercanti thought long and hard about, how he could honor the obverse that was created by Adolph A. Wyman, and how could he marry that with a design that reached into the past, like the obverse design, paid tribute to the great heraldic eagles that made American silver dollars what they are today. And after all of that thought, looked at the design that he came up with. It was inspirational, it was inspired, but it is retiring. Now, folks, John Mercanti was just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint. He arrived at the U.S. Mint in 1974. He became the chief engraver in 2006, and he retired in 2010. But along the way, he was responsible for some of the most artistic designs. He was quite prolific. He was responsible for many great coins, almost too many to even mention. I'll tell you this, 1986, he was responsible for the Statue of Liberty silver dollar. And that coin was the actual reason why the Liberty Coin Act was signed into law in 1985, for that coin to be struck. The American Silver Eagle dollar was really part two of the Liberty Coin Act that President Reagan signed into law in 1985. So this is an American silver dollar that has a longer issue time than the Morgan dollar. it's more collected. I dare say it, it's more popular. And your final opportunity for this presentation, at least, to get one from the San Francisco Mint emergency production issue, the first San Francisco emergency production, right here, right now, for $169, or if you go quantity, you can get it all the way down to $159 a coin, $1,590. This is what every collector's been waiting for. And I got to say, in closing out, that you're going to have this one as emergency production, and you're going to be able to get the next ones as well. So don't miss out on the very first one. I want to thank you so much for watching, and I'm going to be back soon, I hope, and see you again. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick Tamaska here. Thank you for tuning in, folks. Boy, have I got a collector special for you today. This is so exciting. I'm in such a great mood today. We've been making great progress on this next book on U.S. proof coins. It's really meant to be the final conclusion that picks up where Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage left off. Okay, that book was published about 25 years ago, and this book is going to cover most U.S. coins from the 1800s, mid 1800s, to pretty much the present. And it's a huge project. On the other hand, this is truly a labor of love. One of the most satisfying parts of my work is working on numismatic books. They are they're very intensive, long-term projects. This first one took me just about 5 years. But the thing is that I get so much satisfaction out of it because I know I'm providing information that's really useful and beneficial for the collector of today, and for future generations as well, because I'm always careful to put in a lot of great pictures of great coins for the individual dates, a date-by-date analysis that will have legs, that will have, again, be a benefit for future generations of collectors. And so that gives me a tremendous sense of satisfaction. And then when I get to offer coins that I talk about and write about that are really exceptional, well, that's a whole different thrill. And what I have today are some great dates, some great Washington quarters in proof condition from the 1950s. These came in. It's an incredible little collection. Now, these are proof coins. They're not mint state coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce, given the technology of the day. Nowadays, the Mint is, they really are state of the art. The technology the Mint uses today to make proof coins is so advanced. When you get a proof set today, they really are state of the art. They're in hard plastic holders. The coins are absolutely stunning. If you sent them in for grading, they grade, at the very least, proof 68. The highest possible grade is proof 70. A lot of these coins get proof 70, which means that under high magnification at the grading service, they are still flawless. Now, that's given today's technology. The coins I'm really most interested in when it comes to proof coins are those earlier proof coins when the Mint didn't have that technology. Proof coins, for example, when you get into the 1980s, they had packaging issues, so that presented a problem with getting really nice proof coins. You get into the 1970s, they were just introducing this new technology of sandblasting the dies. And then you get into the early 70s and earlier, then they had a completely different technology. It was really a carryover almost from the 1800s. Proof making in the 1950s, 1960s, early 70s really wasn't much different
from proof-making technologies used in the 1800s. And that's what makes it such a challenge. And these coins are from the Philadelphia Mint era. The Philadelphia Mint issued proof coins through 1964. And when the Philadelphia issued proof sets, they were in these manila envelopes. Here's an original envelopes, and you'd open it up, and they'd be in the cellophane compartments like this. Now, the cellophane presented a serious problem in that they could puncture easily, and that they really didn't protect the coins that well because the cellophane was pliable. In other words, this cellophane with any kind of handling would rub up against the surface of the coin, and whenever you did that, you ran the risk of creating very fine, light hairline scratches on the coin. And so when you take a coin like that and you send it to the grading service, they study it under a strong light, and they see these very fine light scratches. They're so fine that under normal lighting, with your naked eye, you may not even see them. You could walk into a coin shop, and under their fluorescent light, you can look at these proof coins in the case, and they may look perfect to you. So you send it to the grading service, and the grading service sees these fine light hairlines, and they grade it proof 60. Happens all the time. The other big problem that they had during this early era is, the quality control just wasn't what it is today. And they didn't clean the planchets very well. A lot of the proof coins were left with these white spots we refer to as milk spots. What they are is actually soap residue, a form of soap residue that was left on the coin blank that was improperly washed clean, and that a soap residue that was left on the blank, when that blank went into the die to be struck with 100, 200 tons of pressure, that residue was struck into the coin. Here's a 58 I just cut out of the 1958 set, and so many of them are like this. You notice, look at that big white spot below the L in Liberty. And then there's several smaller spots all over the surface of the coin. Those don't come off, folks. They're part of the coin. They're struck into the coin. I've got some fabulous proof coins from an earlier era, the late 1950s. Lower mintages, quality control was not what it was by the time you got into the late 60s. You notice this chart starts with 1955 when they issued 378,000 sets. Just 10 years later, 1964, they had issued over 10 times that number, almost 4 million sets in that short span. Huge increase in proof production. Now, why the huge increase? Well, a lot of it had to do with the demographics, the economics of this country. We had just come out of World War II, 1945. You had a lot of GIs, a lot of industry that was geared towards the war effort. And it took us many years to really get back to being a private sector economy. It took a long time for people to get established. These young GIs getting married, having a family, and so you didn't see a lot of wealth there in the late 40s, early 50s. But as this middle class began to get established in the mid 50s, you saw home ownership take a tremendous increase. People were able to own cars, TVs, things that 15 years ago you just didn't see. And so you saw this middle class growing and acquiring wealth, and they were able to pursue their passions. And so you saw this demand in proof sets from the U.S. Mint as more and more of these collectors, who had always been collectors, but now they could actually afford to pursue their passions. So you saw this tremendous growth in proof set production. But now you get to the era that I have for you today, folks. You look on that chart. The dates I have start with the 1959, when proof mintages were about 1 million and under. Folks, these coins I have are proof 67 condition. Take a look at these. Proof 67, haze-free, superb gem coins. They're beautiful. No haze, no spots, as pristine and flawless to the eye as the day they were struck. Now, they're not proof 69s because I suppose if you were able to crack it out out of the holder and study it under a strong grading light with a magnifying glass, you would find a tiny little hairline somewhere, and that's why they're proof 67.
But to the average collector just looking at the coin, it's flawless. It's flawless. Now you look at the later dates, folks, and I got some comps for you. The later dates, which are much easier to acquire in Proof 67. The much higher mintages, just there's more of them out there. There's a 1964 in Proof 67 for $88 in an ANAX holder. Here's one in Proof 66, a top-rated seller. I'm just going to show you a few of these. This is going to be a short presentation, only a couple of minutes longer. Here's a 62 for $175. You get to the earlier dates. Here's one. This guy, 56 in Proof 67. I don't know what he was thinking when he priced that coin. That's kind of high. That's truly kind of high. I think a better price would have been something. Here's one in Proof 66 for $95. I would say $100 for a Proof 67. It would be a very fair price for some of these early dates. Folks, take a look at the first coin I have to offer you, the 1959. Proof 67. Tougher date. These are dates from the 50s. Key dates from the 50s. Look at this piece. Absolutely haze-free, deep mirrored. This is how a proof coin from this era should look. Black mirrored fields, spot-free, flawless to the eye. You send one of these in for yourself for grading, they're going to charge you about $20 for grading. They're going to charge you $22, $23 to ship it back to you registered mail. Doesn't include the cost of the coin. And the chances of getting a Proof 67, folks, are slim. Most of these coins are flawed. I've got these coins. Take one of these today. The 1959, $35 a coin. $35 a coin for this stunning, flawless to the eye Proof 69. But I'm not stopping there, because if you want to get a second coin, you could actually take your pick of any of these four coins. That 1958, if you want one of those, you can also get one of 1958 for the same price, $35 a coin. And that's the 59 and 58 are two dates that are plagued with problems, hairlines and milk spots. Those are actually the two toughest dates to get in high grade in this set, the 58 and the 59, and they're still only $35 a coin. And then, folks, if you want to get a third coin, the 57. The 57, same price, $35 a coin. Mintage of just over 1 million, originally issued. They've only graded a few thousand in Proof 67, folks. All the pops on these are around 3,000, graded in Proof 67 by NGC and PCGS. $35 a coin. $35 a coin. Now that's $105 for those three coins. That is a great, great collector special. And then we get the 56, the lowest mintage of them all. Fewer than 700,000 originally struck. Now here's the deal. You can acquire this 56 for the same low price of $35 a coin. However, if you get the entire 4-coin set, folks, the entire 4-coin set, you get all four for only $129. That comes to $32.25 a coin for these earlier tough dates from the 1950s in Proof 67 condition. Now, we got people calling in, but just hold on for 1 second because I got one last big surprise. The 1955. That first date you see, the 1955, only 378,000 sets were issued, folks. A low, low mintage. When we get into the mid-50s and earlier, the mintages drop precipitously. A low mintage issue, this 55 set is getting so difficult to find nice sets with nice quarters or half dollars in them. This is a super sleeper issue. Limited time offer while I have this date in this condition, while I was able to get it at this price, you can own the entire 5-coin set. 1955 to 1959, the entire 5-coin set for only $159. That's only $30 more than the 4-coin set. That brings it down to $31.80 a coin. The 55, again, is only available with the 4-coin set. Really limited quantities of that 1955. But at $159 for a 5 stunning, brilliant deep mirror Washington quarters in proof 67 from the last years of the 1950s, you won't find a better numismatic opportunity for these coins anywhere else. This is a great, great collector special. And finally, if you want to get 3 sets of these, if you're really, you see a lot of dealers taking advantage of these kinds of offers because these are such good collector special prices. You can own 3 sets, folks, for only $459. That's $153 a set. $459 for 3 sets of these 1955 to 1959 Washington quarters in proof 67 condition. While I have these dates, but I'm especially limited on that 1955. That date is getting so hard to come by in nice condition. They're all getting tough, folks. They're all getting tough. But of course, the 55 is the one date that I'm going to run out of first. It's just, you know, getting scarcer and more difficult by the week. So it's a great, great collector special. We got a lot of people calling in. Most everyone is getting the 5-coin set for only $159. Short presentation, a great way to start building a stunning proof Washington quarter set. This is the collection, folks, that will be very, very good to you in the years ahead when you can get them at these kinds of great Rick's collector special prices. Stay tuned for my next presentation coming right up. I think you'll enjoy it. Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. If you just tuned in, I had a presentation on some really superb Washington quarters. Exceptional pieces. This next part of the series is only going to be a few minutes long because I have a relative handful of sets, folks. I don't have many of these sets. This is the highest grade I've ever offered these coins in, proof 69. This is the top grade. There are no proof 70s from this era. This is the early era in U.S. proof production when they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint using old technologies. You know, proof 70 is mainly a grade that reflects the technology being used today at the Mint, which is so advanced. To get a proof 69 from this early era with the technology that they were using, the packaging that they were using, these coins are so rare. But I have a small group of these, and they are so superb. They look proof 69. I mean, I can't see a flaw on them. I mean, if they ever decide to grade coins in proof 70 from this era, I have talked to Rick Montgomery at NGC. He said they never will because they just didn't have the technology. Take a look at this set that I have. 5 coins. The limiting factor in this 5-coin set, these are tough. The limiting factor, folks, is 1955 and the 1958. That's why I only have a small handful of these. I have a few extra 1956s and 1959s that I can offer you separately if you just want to swing one coin. But here's 5 coins, all highest grade, and you're going to love the price. If you want to build a top grade Washington quarter collection, now's the time to start. First of all, take a look here. Take a look at those 5 dates there. The 3 key years here are the 55, the 58, and the 59. 58 and the 59 because of all the milk spot issues I spoke about previously. By the way, 1964 was the last year Washington quarters were struck on 90% silver planchets. That was the last year. 65, they had no silver at all. By the last year, though, proof quality increased dramatically at the Philadelphia Mint. Almost 4,000 examples have been graded in proof 69 for the 1964, of about 4,000 coins. So that's how much better the quality was in 1964 than in these earlier years. And yet, here's a few comps I have for you just to give you an idea. Now, this one is really on the high end of the spectrum for the date. You know, when you go on eBay, you're going to see a full range of prices. But if you shop around, here's one for a top-rated seller where it's only $200 for the 1964. And again, remember, this is by far the most, the least rare, let's call it, the least rare Washington quarter in the silver proof Washington quarter series in proof 69, the least rare. About 4,000 examples graded. You get to some of the earlier dates. The 1956, for example, that one with about 1,000 graded in proof 69. Here's a 56 in just proof 68. Here's a proof 68 for $245. Again, this is, I think that's on the high side there, but you know, proof 68, I think you should get a 56 proof 68 for $100 or less. Remember, what we have in this set is a proof 69. Now, one of the key dates, the 1955. The 1955 proof 68s, just proof 68s, folks, are you'll see for a couple $100. Here's a couple for, here's one for $199, and a top-rated seller. Here's another one for $200. Here's one proof 69 for $450 for a proof 69 1955. While I have these sets that include the 1955, because, again, the 2 dates that I've really limited quantities on in 6-9 grade are the 1955 and the 1958. Once I'm out of those, you won't see this set being offered. I've got this set, folks, for $549, the entire 5-coin set. That's $109.80 a coin. Look at that 55. Look at that piece. It's absolutely stunning. No haze, no spots. Every single coin is flawless. Flawless to the eye, flawless under close inspection. It looks like, and here's a coin that's over 60 years old, and it could have just been struck yesterday, and that expression I use, you caught it on a velvet pillow, and you just preserved it perfectly for over 6 decades. Every single coin. The 55, the 50, the 56. And I did mention I have extra examples of the 1956 and the 1959. So if you can just can afford one proof 69, one proof 69, I have some extra 1956s available, folks, where other dealers are selling proof 68s for $99. I have these proof 69s for $99. And the 6.9 is worth considerably more than a 6.8. $99 if you want a proof 69 of this really, really tough date. And there's a 1957. Again, the entire 5-coin set available for only $549. Or even, it gets even better. You can own 2 sets, and it drops down to $539.50 a set. That's $1,079 for 2 sets. And then we get this date here, which again I have very, very few of. It's got the lowest pop in proof 69. And this is, again, the 55 and the 58. These are the 2 dates that are really limiting the quantity of these sets that I can offer. Very, very tough to find without hairlines, without spots. This coin is sensational. It's gorgeous. It's perfect. It's what a proof from this era should be and rarely ever is. Look at the black mirrors. And then the last coin in the set, the 1959. And this is another tough date, but I got lucky and I have a few extra examples. The best part is I don't have to ask $2.95 for this coin, or even $1.95, like you might typically see. I've got this coin for only $129, one of the toughest coins in the set, from 1959 for only $129 if you just want the 59 by itself. So you've got those two coins I can offer individually because I have a few extra of those. But the real buy is in the complete set, because in the complete set, you get the 1955 and that 1958, those two really tough issues, all for $549 while I have them. I really have to emphasize that. Getting Proof 69s in these years is really difficult, and again, the 55, the 58, and the 58 are extremely difficult. The 59 comes next in difficulty, right after those two, 57 right after those three, 56, population of about 1,000, and I've got the coins for only $99 if you just want that one date. But the buy is in the complete set. Get it while I have them, folks. At this price, I'm giving you a great opportunity to build a top grade Proof Washington quarter set at the best possible price. This is a great collector's special. I sincerely hope you're able to take advantage of it. Thank you for watching. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Right now, I feel like I'm the luckiest guy in the world. First of all, I have a deep love and passion for collecting United States rare coins. That's rooted in our great country and our revolutionary history. Our country was the great experiment, folks. It was the first true democracy of a major country. No king or queen or other monarch. With a constitution that declared that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were God-given rights. They weren't rights handed down by the state or by some monarch. And that was a revolutionary concept back in 1776. It's hard to believe it was only about 250 years ago. Such a relatively short time compared to the histories of other countries, that many of which have been around for thousands of years before there was a United States of America. And I have a United States rare coin today of the highest quality ever offered in the history of Coin TV. Coin TV goes back over 30 years. And this is the highest quantity ever to appear in the quantity that I have these examples. We have over 50 of these classics. We have some of these on display here. If there is one coin I could most highly recommend that you ever acquire, if you never buy another United States rare coin, it would be the St. Gaudens No Motto, struck for only 2 years, 1907 and 1908. Now, I've been collecting United States rare coins since I was 10 years old. Again, there's many reasons why I love United States rare coins. It's their beauty, their history, the symbolism on every United States rare coin, the words liberty, e pluribus unum. But I think what I love most is that I have the privilege of being able to offer my clients, you folks watching today, the kind of rare coins I really believe in. I discovered early on, when I was in my 20s, I learned something very important about myself. I learned that I was a terrible salesman, that if I did not have something to offer my client that I really believed in, that I believed was good for my client, that I did not have the heart to try to persuade them to buy it. I couldn't pretend. I didn't want to pretend. It's really simple. So I have this coin for you today, folks, that, again, if there's one coin I would ask you to acquire as part of your collection, or just one coin to put away for your kids, your grandkids, if you've never bought a rare coin before, that once you get this coin in your hands, you will love owning this coin, and this coin will be so good to you. It's a coin that you want to keep in your family to pass on to your kids, your grandkids, in the extraordinary, well-preserved condition I have them in for you today. It's the 1908 No Motto. And these coins are mint state 66 condition. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle we're looking at, folks, is the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. Now, in my right hand, I have a Morgan dollar, largest silver coin struck by the U.S. Mint over the last 200 plus years. You know, it's an extremely popular coin because, again, it's such a large, heavy coin. It's struck, you know, this one was struck over 100 years ago. Very big, heavy coins, very popular among collectors. You can feel the heft of this coin, folks. I mean, they're large, heavy coins. And then in my left hand, I have a St. Gaudens Double Eagle. You put the two side by side. St. Gaudens Double Eagle is a little smaller in diameter than the Morgan dollar, about 10% smaller in diameter. But the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, folks, is about 25% heavier. You could feel the difference. It's a real heavy coin with just about an ounce of gold.
Now, gold right now is about $1,700 to $1,800 an ounce. So just in gold alone, this particular St. Gaudens I have is really beat up, is worth almost $1,800 just for the gold value alone.
And the St. Gaudens Double Eagle is arguably the crown jewel, the greatest numismatic creation of the 20th century in U.S. numismatics. The St. Gaudens Double Eagle was struck for a very brief time, from 1907 to 1933. The coins I have today, folks, really should not exist, but for Executive Order 6102, signed by then President Franklin Roosevelt. You see, in the late 1920s, our country fell into a deep depression. It was estimated that in 1933 alone, there were approximately 4,000 bank failures. Now, can you imagine? There was no federal deposit insurance back then. You could have your life savings in the bank, 20, 30 years that you'd ended up saving, your life savings, your nest egg for your retirement. And you go to the bank the next day and you're wiped out. The economic devastation was something our country had never experienced before. So there was understandable panic among all United States citizens who had their savings in banks who were still solvent, wondering if their bank would be next. You had a lot of people pulling their money out of the banks and buying gold coins with their money because they reasoned, and if I had been in their position, I would have done the same thing. And they reasoned, you know, the American economy could go under, that paper money could be worthless tomorrow. But gold, throughout human history, I mean, going back to Egyptian times, gold in every culture has always had value. And so you had all these Americans who were taking their money and buying gold coins. Well, this created further stress on the banking system. And so early in 1933, Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102. He issued it on April 5th of 1933. And it stated that no citizen could own over $100 worth of gold coin, gold bullion, or gold certificates. You had to turn it in on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you did not, if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold bullion or gold coins or gold certificates, now gold back then was around $20 an ounce, so $100 worth of gold coins would have been 5 St. Gaudens Double Eagles. If you were caught with over 5 St. Gaudens Double Eagles, you faced a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And so you had citizens who had to turn in all their gold coins back to the U.S. Treasury in exchange for paper money. And the Treasury then proceeded to take all those gold coins and melt them back down into gold bars. Fully 39% of all the gold double eagles ever struck were melted back down into gold bars between 1933 and 1940. Tens of millions of gold double eagles. However, there were a small group of citizens and some institutions in the U.S. who reasoned, okay, I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. If I keep my money in the bank could go under and I could be wiped out. But I can't buy gold coins and hold on to them. I could be arrested and go to jail. But there's a third option. And they proceeded, while it was still legal, to buy gold coins and have them shipped to banks in Europe. It may not be able to own gold coins in this country, but it wasn't illegal to own gold coins in another country. And they proceeded to ship these gold coins in bags to these European banks where they've been in the vaults since the 1930s. And it wasn't until the mid-70s, when Gerald Ford was president, that gold was once again legal to own in the United States. And you began to see some of these gold bags coming out of Europe. And I actually have one of those bags, original bags that came out of one of those European banks. Now, folks, what makes these coins so extraordinary is their state of preservation. These coins are 1908 no motto St. Gaudens Double Eagles in mint state 66 condition. They were only struck for just over a year in 1907 and early 1908. They're called the no motto variety because there is no "In God We Trust" anywhere on the coin. Now, folks, what makes them so extraordinary and what makes it so unique is the quality, the state of preservation of these coins. They're among the finest known. These St. Gaudens Double Eagles, as I said earlier, they're the largest, heaviest gold coins struck by the U.S. Mint. Here's a 1924, folks. This is a typical St. Gaudens Double Eagle. Notice the deep gouge by the rim there at 8 o'clock. A deep cut right through the midriff of Liberty and other scuffs across Liberty's face and some cuts in the field. Here's a second piece I have, a different date. Look at the deep cut, again, in the field at 8 o'clock. These coins are not even gradable, but this is the kind of quality you expect from a coin that's struck for commerce. They were struck for commerce. All right, they were heavily used in the banking system. These heavy gold coins, when they were struck, they'd be ejected into the bin. One coin would fall on top of another. From there, they went through coin counting machines. They were dumped into bags, and the bags were shipped to banks throughout the country. So when you got one at the teller, even though it was never in circulation, it would already be heavily bag marked. The vast majority of St. Gaudens Double Eagles are very heavily bag-marked, low-grade coins. Now I'd like you to take a look at one of the 1908s that we have for you today in mint state 66 condition. Mint state 66 condition, that is the Sheldon grading scale that grading services use. It goes from a low of 1 to a high of 70. 70 is the highest possible grade. There are no St. Gaudens. They don't exist in MS-70, folks. That's impossible. 66 is extraordinary. Look at this coin. Sasha's rotating it around. The coin looks like a specimen, like it was struck yesterday, and it never fell into a bin.
You caught it on a velvet pillow and you've preserved it for over 100 years in pristine condition. Look at this. It is absolutely spectacular. Normally you'll see cuts in the field. You'll see rub along the high point of Liberty's breast or on her left knee there where those are the high points of the coin. You'll typically see abrasions there and cuts in the eagle. This coin looks like it was struck as a modern coin, as a specimen. How it ever survived the process, being dumped into a bin, being dumped into a bag, surviving in this condition, well, the fact is very few did. And that's what makes these so special. In fact, folks, to make the most important point, if you went to the Smithsonian and looked at their collection of St. Gaudens double eagles, the Smithsonian has the finest collection of United States coins in the world. Here are the grades of the St. Gaudens double eagles that are in the Smithsonian. You can see all the different dates and mint marks. The Smithsonian example of the 1908 no motto is an MS 66, exactly the grade we have for you today. You can see the rest of the dates are AU 58s, MS 62s. They're all lower grades. We go to the second and third pages. Very few coins grade 6.5 or 6.6 in the Smithsonian collection, folks. Then you get those last few dates, the 1930s, finest known MS 68. It's worth probably in the millions and millions of dollars if it ever came onto the market. When we look at all the St. Gaudens struck and number that have survived in mint state condition, folks, this will help put it in perspective. Again, there were about 70 million coins struck. Remember, about 40% of those were melted back down into gold bars. To date, in all grades in uncirculated condition, mint state 60 and higher, about 1.8 million have been certified in mint state 60 or higher condition. That's only about 2.6% of all the examples struck. But most of those are much lower grades. When you look at the numbers certified in the highest MS 66 grade, folks, there you can see the total mintage of the no mottos versus the mottos. Total certified in MS 66, only 16,118 coins in the no motto variety. That's about 0.1% surviving in MS 66 in the entire series. Now, ladies and gentlemen, superb St. Gaudens double eagles can sell for huge, huge premiums because of their beauty, their rarity, their desirability. One of the most well-known is the 1927D. Here's an example that sold in auction some years back for about, it was in MS 63 condition, okay? MS 63 condition, it sold for about 1.3 million. There are many, many dates like this in the series that sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And here I've got this extremely desirable 1908 no motto in MS 66, Smithsonian quality. Here's the best way I can explain it. I've got this value chart here for double eagles. On the low end, you've got a $2,000 coin, which is your basic double eagle that's used for jewelry that's been polished and cleaned and is all bag marked. I mean, gold value alone, it has almost $2,000 worth of gold in it. And then at the high end, those most desirable St. Gaudens double eagles, you have coins that go for over $1 million. Okay? Here we've got this incredibly desirable coin, and it's almost at this, common date kind of price. We've got it priced at this end of the spectrum, folks. And in terms of desirability, it should be, at this end of the spectrum, because here, again, these are among the finest known. You look at this coin once more, and it's just, again, like it just came off the die, and you caught it on a velvet pillow, and you just stored it for this past, over 110 years, and it looks like it's a specimen, a museum piece. Indeed, the Smithsonian. 1908 no motto is MS 66 condition, like you see here. It's magnificent. And the best part is the price, folks. The best part is the price. There was an article that came out not too long ago. It talked about, is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're talking about the most common gold in lower quality condition, the easiest to find gold. And what they said in this article, and this is something I've been telling my clients for the last several years, and it's almost like they paraphrased what I've been saying on my shows about United States rare gold coins. And to quote from the article, there has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. And what they mean by that, to give you a personal example, I remember it was about 20 years ago, I had a common date double eagle, a common date. It was in MS-63 condition. Now at that time, gold was about $300 or $400 an ounce. And I sold the coin to a dealer for about $3,500, which was about 10 times the gold value. Again, and this is for a common date in MS-63 condition. And that is the premium those coins were going for. Today we have gold at $1,700 to $1,800 an ounce. You know, 5-6 times higher than what it was back then, 15, 20 years ago. You know, 10 times the gold value for an MS-63 would be around $20,000. And this is an MS-66, 1908 no motto. MS-66, folks. We have a limited quantity of these. Please, get yourself at least one. I've got these coins today while we have them. In this limited time for $4,895 a coin. $4,895 a coin. That's less than 3 times the gold value. For a Smithsonian quality St. Gaudens double eagle. If you can't swing the entire $48.95 today, we have a 2-payment option where all you have to do is put half down today of $2,447.50. And we'll hold one of these coins for you with your name on it and put it in our vault and pay the balance in 30 days. This is the kind of coin when you have some friends over who you feel comfortable sharing it with, or any kind of close relatives, your local coin show, take it to your local coin shop, and you show them this double eagle, this St. Gaudens in this MS-66 condition. You can't help but just be in awe of this coin when you see it this close to perfection. It is a masterpiece, and it's worth, in the years ahead, this potential for this coin is so extraordinary. This is a coin to put away for the long term for your kids, your grandkids, your great-grandkids. Now, we call it the St. Gaudens double eagle because the artist's name was Augustus St. Gaudens, one of the greatest sculptors of that era. His inspiration was this statue you see behind me here, this replica called the Winged Victory of Samothrace, or the Nike of Samothrace. This is considered one of the greatest sculptors of the Greco-Roman era, one of the greatest all-time classics. The actual Nike statue sits in the Louvre, folks. When you enter the Louvre, up a long flight of stairs, at the top of those stairs is the statue of the Nike. The entire statue is about 18 feet high. It is magnificent, and it wasn't discovered until the year 1863 on the island of Samothrace. And this was St. Gaudens' inspiration. This is that portrait you see on the front of the coin. And the eagle on the reverse, folks, is as inspirational as the Nike is on the obverse. You look at the eagle on the reverse of this coin, its wings outstretched on an upward trajectory in full flight, with the rays of the sun behind. and it's the no motto variety. Now, what is the no motto variety? When the first coins were struck, they had no "In God We Trust" anywhere on the coin. And this was because Theodore Roosevelt, who was president at the time, felt that putting "In God We Trust" was sacrilege, because he felt that money was often used for less than noble purposes. And in a very eloquent article printed in the New York Times, he explained his reasoning. In the central body of the article, he writes, "My own feeling in the matter is due to my very firm conviction that to put such a motto on coins or to use it in any kindred manner not only does no good, but does positive harm and is in effect irreverence, which comes dangerously close to sacrilege. A beautiful and solemn sentence, such as the one in question, should be treated and uttered only with that fine reverence which necessarily implies a certain exaltation of spirit." And so that's why he had it left off the St. Gaudens double eagle. However, the public felt differently. They understood that money was often used for less than noble purposes, but they felt all our coins should have "In God We Trust" somewhere on our coin as a daily reminder, folks. That's what that's what's so great about our United States coins. Daily reminders of who we strive to be as a people. And they felt "In God We Trust" needed to be on the coin. And so late in 1908, Roosevelt relented, and they added "In God We Trust" to the St. Gaudens double eagle. And from late 1908 until the end of the series, all the St. Gaudens double eagles were struck with "In God We Trust." It's the very first variety that we have for you today of the St. Gaudens double eagle, struck in 1907 and partway through 1908. And these are among the finest surviving specimens. $4,895 a coin. We've got a lot of people calling in on this. Again, this is a very, very limited time offer. The St. Gaudens double eagle, no motto variety. I've often given presentations on this coin in lower grades. We've had them in MS-63 grade many, many times. We've had them in MS-64 grade. Occasionally, we've had them in MS-65. And on a rare occasion, I had some examples in MS-66, but I only had a handful of those. This is the greatest group we've ever offered and we ever will offer in this extraordinary MS-66 condition, among the finest known. To be able to offer it for only $4,895 a coin, folks. I can't think of a better gift to give yourself, your kids, your grandkids, whoever you want to, it's just a dream come true. Just take a look at every one of these coins, folks. These large gold coins, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce, nearly an ounce of gold. We have very, very limited numbers of these in MS-66 condition. This is a coin where you don't want to call back in a week or 2 weeks to order your coin. We often get customers who will record our program and then they'll call back a week later and try and order one of the coins. This is a kind of coin in this condition where if you call back a week from now, it's quite likely we will not have any examples left. Do yourself this favor. If you can swing more than one, please get one more than one of these. Get 3 if you can. This is just a spectacular, spectacular coin. As I've been saying for several years, if there's just one coin you could own in all of United States coinage, it would be this first variety of this St. Gaudens double eagle, a no motto. And to be able to offer it in MS-66, folks, it truly is, for me as the host of Rick's U.S. Coin Show, it truly is a dream come true. I mean, I never thought I'd be able to offer something like this in this condition at this price. Again, we have very, very limited quantities. Do yourself a favor, get at least one. Thank you for watching.
One thing I find as a collector nearly all my life is everybody wants to start at the beginning. And for the Morgan dollar, of course, the beginning is 1878. And unlike most coins that are launched by the U.S. Mint, generally the launch is quite smooth. There's a lot of planning. The Morgan dollar was a little bit different because of the way the Morgan dollar came about. And the history of the Morgan dollar really kind of bears getting into because especially for 1878 and especially from the Philadelphia Mint. And I know where your mind is going if you're a coin collector or even if you're not. When anybody thinks of the Morgan dollar and when anybody thinks of the first year, 1878, what do we think about? We think about the 8 tail feather Morgan dollar. We think about the 7/8 tail feather. And we think about the 7 tail feather. The first varieties of a Morgan dollar actually took place in the first year. Have you ever wondered what that's all about? Why was it so important to make the changes? And what were the changes? And for that matter, what the heck is a tail feather? So let's get into it. All of this refers to the reverse of the Morgan dollar that features the American eagle. And the controversy was pointed out, or actually began, by the Audubon Society. So, you know, think about this. In 1878, one of the only ways that people got wind of what was going on in society was through the newspapers. The main way. So even when a new coin design was proposed, there would actually be a newspaper article. And this would allow everybody in the whole country to comment on the latest designs, whether they liked them or they didn't. One of the reasons why they got rid of the original design of the reverse of the peace dollar is because of the uproar that it created by having the broken swords in the eagle's talons. So newspapers conveyed to everybody in the country what this new design was going to look like. And many people paid close attention and pointed out to the Mint that the amount of tail feathers on an eagle are always odd numbers. So there couldn't be 8 tail feathers. And here we have the beginning of the story. The Morgan dollar is called the Morgan dollar because it was designed by George T. Morgan. George T. Morgan came from England. He basically sought a position at the U.S. Mint. He wanted to leave England. He was a master die engraver, and he had worked for the Tower Mint. The Tower Mint today is known as the British Royal Mint. The Tower Mint was the place where the finest of numismatic and medallic artistry was created. Well, George T. Morgan was corresponding through letters and through the assistant mint director in the Tower Mint in England. His name was Fremantle. He got Director Fremantle to correspond with Mint Director Linderman of the Philadelphia Mint in the United States of America, requesting a position for a master die engraver at the United States Mint. Well, this happened. And as George T. Morgan was on a ship traveling to America, he began to have ideas in his head about all the different coins and an opportunity to get to a place that he had only imagined he would ever see. Upon his arrival in the United States of America, nearly immediately, he was set to work at the Mint in Philadelphia. But his task was not to design a brand new silver dollar, which was being ordered by Congress through what was known as the Bland-Allison Act. A new silver dollar to be created from all this fantastic silver that had been discovered in 1859. So if you've ever heard of the Comstock silver lode, the reason why we have Morgan dollars is because all of that great silver that was discovered in 1859 in Nevada. This silver was mined and sold to the U.S. Treasury, and its sole purpose of being purchased by the U.S. Treasury was to strike a brand new silver dollar that had just been authorized by Congress. George T. Morgan, you can really picture how it must have been. A newcomer who arrives at the Mint, and there's a lot of jealousy because word had gotten out this man was coming and he was an expert at die engraving. Dies are the basic units that create the actual coins in the coining press. So when you're a master die engraver, it means that the designs that are going to be created from your dies are going to be masterful. All this was known, and the problem was that the other members at the U.S. Mint, the other employees, specifically the barbers, father and son, were in the midst of a tradition where they had the mint locked up in terms of all these positions. So George T. Morgan had more talent than anybody. But he was relegated to a back room, and they had him work on a new $50 that was soon to be issued. And really, he was out of sight and out of mind, and he was busy every day. And then finally, he showed his design to the mint director. They were actually in the midst of trying to figure out which one of the mint designers were going to design this new silver dollar. And the first thing they did when they saw his new design, which originally was meant for a $50, was the director said, aha, that's it. That's going to be the new dollar. And that's how the Morgan dollar was born. But the thing about George T. Morgan was he wasn't really very well versed in what bald eagles look like. So he went to the local zoo and he observed. But for some reason, he got the amount of tail feathers wrong because it's really not easy to count the tail feathers on an eagle. Very hard. So his original design featured the 8 tail feather. And of course, this was incorrect. So he corrected what was perceived as his error. And he re-engraved the master dies to reflect 7 tail feathers. But hidden underneath was the 8 tail feathers, so he had re-engraved. So it's known as 7/8, the second variety. Well, again, this was temporary. He then started to completely make new dies, and the 7 tail feather, the final, corrected, accurate image of the bald eagle in terms of the amount of tail feathers, was born. But what was also born was a lot of, attention being paid to the Morgan dollar. So at the same time that the reverse was being corrected, it was also pointed out that this was a design of a silver dollar that nobody had ever seen before. It had a bold image of liberty on its obverse, and this was through the instructions of the mint director. Make the designs bold. So when you look at a Morgan dollar and you see the image of liberty, it takes up almost all of the coin. One of the most important parts of that obverse are Liberty's cheek and her ear. And there you see an example right there, and one of the reasons why we've chosen that is random. That coin has very few back marks. And that's what every collector is looking for. We all want that. There's no doubt about it. But I want you to take a look. Here's some really important information, because you can't talk about Morgan dollars, you can't talk about the beginning of the series without including all the background that goes with it. I think we do a really great job of boiling this down to some of the most important facts of a Morgan dollar you're going to need. Number 1, take a look at the total amount of Morgan struck from the beginning, 1878, to 1921. Almost 657 million coins. A lot of coins. Now, keep in mind, these coins were meant to be released into circulation and used as a monetary unit, $1. You see a date there, 1918, in a law passed by Congress, the Pittman Act. When that was enacted in 1918, the reason for it was a must to start melting silver dollars. And this was for various reasons, but the main reason was to help one of our allies, Great Britain, in its fight of World War I. They had a lot of problems during the war to end all wars monetarily, so the United States wanted to help out with real hard assets, silver. So nearly half of all the silver dollars ever struck were melted in 1918. Right off the bat, that created instant shortages when you take almost 300 million coins out of the mix. So you're left with a figure of what remains. Keep in mind that every year when they're releasing these silver dollars, they're releasing them into circulation. You go to the bank, you get coins, and you spend them. So what we feature on our show, and what we always try to adhere to, are brilliant uncirculated Morgan dollars. Once you release a coin into circulation, obviously it can never be called uncirculated again. So this is one of the most important figures when we talk about this. The amount of coins today that are left in uncirculated condition. And there's a lot of evidence of how many there are because we have great information that's being published in this information age. So take a look. Now keep in mind, close to 657 million coins, almost 271 million melted, remaining after the great melts, 386 million. Now you'll notice something. It says remaining after the great melts, not in uncirculated, but just remaining, period. Then we have another figure. The total that had been certified in uncirculated condition, all grades of uncirculated, from MS60 all the way to Mint State 69, the highest grade that a silver dollar has ever achieved is a Mint State 69, and very few at that. So less than 7 million coins combined by both grading services exist. And when you figure that out into a percentage that survive, 1.7%. Now here's what's really important. 1878, you ask anybody who's a true collector or anybody who's an honest dealer, and they're going to tell you that 1878 was a problem year. Not only couldn't they get the varieties right, the images, but quality was an issue. It was a brand new issue being struck for the first time. So you don't see a lot of nice ones. What we have, now this is fact, what we have are Mint State 64s. And we are offering the gamut here. An opportunity for 8-tail feather, 7/8 tail feather, and 7-tail feather. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to know this is no starter collection. This is the meat and potatoes of the Morgan Dollar series. This is what every collector not only wants to have, but must have for the chronological series to be anywhere near complete. Most collectors aspire to own a complete collection of Morgan Dollars in Mint State. I don't want to burst your bubble, but I don't think you can do it unless you're prepared to put down $1.5 million to $2 million bucks. That's just the way how rare these coins are in Mint State. But one thing you can do, you can own the first 3 legitimate varieties of a Morgan Dollar from the Philadelphia Mint. The 8-tail feather, the 7/8, and the 7-tail feather. This gives you a starting point that encompasses 3 of the most famous Morgan Dollars ever. You want to know how much it is, right? I get you. But I want you to take a look at this first. Notice how many 8-tail feathers. The Mint could keep track of those. And it's a really small mintage. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the 1878 8-tail feather actually has a lower mintage than the 1879 Carson City Morgan Dollar. There's 756,000 of that coin. That coin in a Mint State 64, untold thousands of dollars, really hard to get. But the 1878 8-tail feather, I got to tell you, as we sit here right now, it's the most impossible coin to get today. Look how many were struck at the Mint. Forget how many graded. 749,500 from the get-go. You realize, of course, when only 1.7% of all the Morgan Dollars are going to grade and uncirculated across the board, when we talk about MS64 for an 8-tail feather, oh, it reduces that original mintage of 749,000. It's just mind-boggling. It's rare in anybody's vocabulary by any definition. Now, you see the 3 question marks? Oh, that's a mystery right there, right? 1878, 7/8. Well, you know, George T. Morgan corrected the die, but I don't know how many they struck. But we take a look at how hard they are to get, and you know, it's quite possible that the 7/8s were included in that 749,000 figure, because they are nowhere to be found. The 7-tail feather, that coin, impossible to get today. And you're probably asking yourself, why the heck are all these Morgan Dollars disappearing? Well, here's the reason. Though the first Morgan was struck in 1878, we're actually in a centennial year right now for Morgan Dollars because the program ended, the series ended in 1921. And the Mint has been talking up the fact that they're going to release Morgan Dollar anniversary issues this year. When you hear that, much like the American Silver Eagle dollar Type 1s are ending, well, everybody wants one. Morgan dollars are the original everybody wants one coin. Big, bold, heavy, struck from world-famous silver mine, the Comstock Lode, and the history behind it really monetarily built this nation because of all that history. Without all of that talk about the great silver discoveries in 1859, the West would not be the West that we know today. Hundreds of thousands of people made their way out west to strike it rich, mining the silver you see right there that was coined into these silver dollars. Most people did not succeed, but a lot of people stayed, and they built the West. So the Morgan dollar, the outward expansion, the great republic we have today, it's all encompassed by the Morgan dollar. And that's why the Mint director wanted a bold design, big, bold coin, and that's how George T. Morgan delivered it. I want to offer you, in a Mint State 64, an 1878 7 tail feather. This is how we're going to start off the offering. It's going to be Mint State 64, and I want to give you a little idea of why I love our coin and why I love our price. Here's an auction. This is a price realized. This is not a pie-in-the-sky dream. The coin sold for almost $900. And as you can see, it's a 7 tail feather in a Mint State 64 with the classic original 1878 concaved breast. Now, for 1878 and a couple of varieties in 1879 that are extremely rare, the original breast of the eagle was sunken. Later, and by 1879, a new rounded breast was on every single issue. But the original's concaved. These all have that original concave breast, the eagle's breast, of 1878. And we're offering, until they're completely gone, which is not going to be long, this coin for $695. And I want you to know, we take these coins extremely to heart when we're out looking for them. And what that means is, like you, this is a collector's coin where if you have 100 of them, you don't mind having another one or two or many you can get. And by the way, nobody has 100 of them. This is one of those coins that whenever they come around at a superlative inside price, you have to buy it. That coin that sold at auction for almost $900 was an amazing deal. Whoever got that coin, they danced out of that auction room like they were riding on a cloud. That's why for $695, I can duplicate that coin by grade, and I can give you an amazing value of $695. What would be your next step? Let's say you're at a coin show, one of the big ones, and there are thousands of dealers there. And there are thousands of collectors. And everybody's running around trying to get the few coins that exist of coins like these, because there's never going to be a lot of them. What next step would you take if you got yourself a 7 tail feather? You would make a beeline for the biggest dollar dealer at that show and see if you could locate in all those coins just one 8 tail feather. But you wouldn't be alone, because the line at that table, or at that booth, if you will, is going to be long, and you can bet that, well, a lot of them are going to be looking for 8 tail feathers. It's one of the classic coins that everybody has to have. So that's where I would go next. And then from there, how about a 7/8 tail feather? Let's just say you were lucky enough at this one show to find an 8 tail feather and a 7/8 tail feather at a price that made sense. You would have the 8 tail feather, the 7/8 tail feather, and the 7 tail feather. But here's the thing. You're going to spend well over $3,000, probably close to $3,500. And you will have danced out of that convention hall like you were riding on a cloud. Well, you might want to start dancing now, because here's what we have. We have the 8 tail feather, we have the 7/8, and we have the 7 as a 3-coin variety collection. And ladies and gentlemen, that collection is $2,395. And you can split that payment into 2 equal payments of $1,197.50. And the reason why that's most important in this instance is because it gives you the opportunity to lock this deal down right now and to guarantee you the 3 coins are going to be passing by right there in that kind of quality. I guarantee it. All of them, Mint State 64s. Now I want to show you the 8 tail feather. Almost $1,100 for that one, and that was an auction price. They don't come around very often, but that is a legitimate U.S. rarity. 7/8 tail feather, even tougher. And here's one, again, auctioned off for over $1,400. So you have $881 for the 7 tail feather. You have $1,092 for the 8 tail feather, and $1,410 for the 7/8. That's like $3,385 right there. And those are auction prices, folks. And you know, if you've ever been to an auction and you're lucky enough to score off your winning bid, it's going to be the right bid. $2,395. And a guarantee of the finest in 8 tail feather, 7/8, and 7 tail feather to add to your collection. Take a look at your screen. Those are coins that you want to have in your collection. Why? They are third-party, accurately graded, and only by the top grading service. And they are the right grade, Mint State 64. Why do I say that? Well, let me show you an example. Here's an 8 tail feather that bumps up 1 grade, Mint State 65. This one was also auctioned off. Nearly $5,300. And I have to say, I don't think I could duplicate that price right now. That was a steal, because that coin is uber, uber rare. These coins don't grade high. Let me show you what I mean. For the 7 tail feather, the finest known example is a Mint State 67. Can you imagine that? First year in the Morgan dollar. They should have been striking those coins with the utmost of care, and they did. And still, only 2 coins have ever achieved a Mint State 67. Now, we looked and looked and looked and couldn't even find one that sold in anywhere near recent times. I mean, nowhere near. You know, when that coin sold for that, people were still using candlelight. And I located a Mint State 66 Plus, of which, by the way, there's only one example. That coin sold for over $43,000. So when you step up, you bring your checkbook, okay? The 7/8 tail feather. There's only one Mint State 67 and nothing higher. These coins, you know, you look at a lot of other Morgans, you can get into the 68 category. 69 is really tough, but 6 to 8, doable. But not 1878s. They are just tough. And then finally, the coin, the 8 tail feather, there's only one in a Mint State 68. One, the highest grade. So these first Morgan dollars are the most elusive and the most sought after because of all that variety story. They're hard to get just for that. People will pay big bucks for circulated versions of these coins just to be able to say, look at my 8 tail feather. Count them, they're there. Or look at my 7/8. Can you believe this? Or look at my 7. So folks, what you see on this display here was tough to get. This is one of those deals. There's not going to be any back ordering. These coins have never been available in any wide disbursement in the marketplace. They're hard to get from day one. They were coveted, well, I guess probably began about 20 or 30 years ago by the variety. And today, with so many collectors in the Morgan dollar, it's one of the first thing everybody wants. So, folks, I realize that $2,395 is some money to spend as a collector, and you're getting 3 of the most famous coins ever. But you're not getting just one. You're getting a real entree into the 1878 Morgan dollar, or you're getting additional coins for your collection. You may own these coins already in circulated versions, and you've been waiting for the moment when you can find them certified in the right grade, Mint State 64, for the right price. And I think we're doing it. So I got to wrap all of this up, but remember, we are pleased to offer you the 1878 7-tail feather in a Mint State 64 for less than $700, $695. And I guess I'd kind of be like triple pleased to offer you all 3. 8-tail feather, the first variety, 7/8, very elusive in the second, and 7-tail feather, all for $2,395 with the split pay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have many collectors who have been searching for this ideal grade and have reached out to us to provide it. Something that normally we can't do. We can do it in a little bit lower grades, and even that's very, very difficult. But when you get that magical grade of Mint State 64 that has all the attributes of a gem uncirculated Morgan dollar without breaking the bank, I want to save you close to $1,000 over auction prices. Very difficult to do, but we're doing it. So here it is, folks, one last time. $695 for the 7-tail feather and the entire collection. 8, 7/8, and 7-tail feather Morgan dollars, all certified, all labeled for $2,395. This is the first year of the Morgan dollar. It's a great place to start. I don't want this to be the place you finish, though, with Morgan dollars. So if you have to reach out to us to continue your collection, or if you're interested in particular coins from a particular mint, much like these are from Philadelphia, such as Carson City or San Francisco, you know who to call, right? Yeah, the number, you know. You give us a buzz, because that's what we do. But right now, this was a hard deal to do, and the quantities are tiny, so don't miss out. So thank you so much for allowing me to take up some of your day. And I hope you don't miss out on this deal, and I want you to stay tuned, because, you know, we're pretty famous for the best in numismatics. So see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Right now, this is a pre-sale, and this is one of the most exciting pedigree labels that has ever been issued. This is the first ever of the Kennedy half dollar of its type, and for this year, 2021, is the first time that these exclusive advance releases labels have been issued. This is the biggest news right now in the entire world of coin collecting and of certified coins, and this is what it's all about. I want you to take a look at the picture that we have. Now, we're waiting, but we are in a little bit of a different position than everybody else who's waiting for these coins to come, because we, in a way, got a backstage pass on these coins. There are just a handful of companies in this world who have literally been handpicked by the United States Mint, and in collaboration with Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, you know them, they are the grading service that has granted us exclusive rights to the Reagan Mercanti label that we have on all of our Silver Eagle coins of perfect grade. Well, what's happened is dare I say it, even more exciting than that. This has never been done before. We're talking about 2021. And every one of these half dollars of the Kennedy half dollar are solid silver. And they're also pure silver. And of course, before 2019, there had never been a pure silver Kennedy half dollar before. Also the grade, let's not forget that, they're Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you cannot get a higher grade because it's indicative of perfect condition. And you cannot get a higher designation of the cameo effect of the coin, that mirrored background and satiny foreground of the coins. The ultimate designation for any proof coin in the history of striking coins has been Ultra Cameo. Nobody does Ultra Cameo better than the United States Mint. So what I'm hoping I'm getting across to you is the quality of these coins are unsurpassed, the grade is the highest ever, and the label of advanced releases that just a handful of companies around this world have access to. I started to tell you that really what this is a backstage pass. It's a quick route to the front of the line. Advanced releases is something that has never been done before, and I really want to read you the exact definition of this so I don't get anything wrong, because this is brand spanking new. You have seen it, by the way, on the Silver Eagles, but you have never seen it before on the Kennedy half dollar. And the other thing I want to tell you is I have been searching high and low. And right now I can stand here and I can tell you that Rare Collectibles TV is the first company out of the gate who is going to be guaranteed to get some of these coins. We are one of the companies that are in on this deal, and it's very special, let me tell you, but I want you to know, please give us a call. This is going to be huge. The phones are not going to stop ringing. It is going to be incredibly chaotic. But right now, while there's still a little calm before the storm, get on the line to get one of these coins. We are talking about not $1,500 or $2,000. You know, when these issues that are so special first hit the market, you see a mad dash for them, and people will be out and just to pay anything just to be guaranteed to get one of these coins. One of the reasons why there's such a mad dash all the time for these coins is right here. Let's take a look. When you go right down to the bottom line of this chart, what you see is historically and traditionally, even the first bottom two lines, or I should say the bottom two lines, the percentage of proofs versus business strike of the proof Kennedy half dollars, of which this 2021 is certainly one of, is only 3.6%. The percentage of proof strikes that are certified perfect Proof 70 grade is not even half of 1%, not even a quarter of 1%, 0.15%. Most of you collectors out there are also Kennedy half dollar collectors. You collect Morgan dollars, you collect gold, you collect the Lincoln cents, all of the greatest rarities that we sell. And I think maybe up at the top of your list, in some cases at the very top, is the Kennedy half dollar. This is a coin that has been aggressively sought after by collectors, by history buffs, over the years that since the coin has been issued and first issued in 1964. The way we stand today on every Kennedy half dollar, the anticipation of these coins coming out has really cleaned the shelves out of all Kennedy half dollars. This is not something unique to coin collecting right now. I've seen it with Morgan dollars and Silver Eagles. It's a mad rush to get every single one of the coins coming out today. This one, again, is right there at the top of the list. I want to describe to you, in fact, I want to read to you directly off NGC's website their definition of the advanced releases. NGC offers the advanced releases designation for select coins, not every coin is going to be eligible, that are purchased by designated mint customers, that's us, prior to the publicly posted first day that the mint makes the new coin available for sale. The most exclusive label. That's what we're dealing with here. Now, you may have heard that a small handful, a group of dealers like us that purchase quantities from the U.S. Mint, almost on a daily basis, have been granted some special access to these labels and really invited to move to the very front of the line ahead of everybody else to get the very first of these coins. And if that it wasn't enough, the label of advance releases speaks to the fact that days before the public notice of release is when we get a chance to get the coins. So naturally, everybody wants one. It's never been done before. $289. I really fear that there's not going to be enough of these coins for all the millions of collectors of the Kennedy half dollar. This table that I'm holding in my hand is from 1964 all the way to the present time. And it features mintages from every single year. And you know something, folks? You take a look at them, and there's millions and millions of coins. Well, every one of these coins are for the collectors, though. They're all proofs. The business strikes. If those figures were up here, it would go on for pages and pages. It would be like a small phone book. And there's millions of those collectors. But when you look at these coins right here, folks, these dates, these mintages, you can bet that each and every one of those coins represents a collector. That's what you're up against. Now, we know that they never make millions of these coins. The coins have small mintages year in and year out, especially lately. There's a lot of evidence of that. We anticipate that this year as well. But I will tell you this. This is the most exclusive label for the following reason. You have to be invited to get in on this label. We had to be invited. It's not open to everybody. It sounds a little bit like favoritism, doesn't it? Aren't we glad? Aren't we glad that Rare Collectibles is in a position where we get so much product from the U.S. Mint because it's because of you collectors, because there's the demand for it, that we were invited to partake in this. Ladies and gentlemen, $289. And I want to also tell you that as I stand here right now, and believe me, I looked, my compatriots here, we all spent lots of time trying to find if we were the first. And we were. So I am proud to stand here and tell you, it's not easy to be first out of the gate with something so exclusive. But I have to tell you, we did it. And timing, you know, timing means a lot. Timing is everything. Well, I think that saying, that cliche, timing is everything, was made for this deal. It really was. You are right now in the right place to get a pre-sale, to get advanced on the advance. Something that nobody else in the country is telling you right now. I can guarantee you an advanced releases label. I can guarantee you the highest perfect condition graded cameo coin, ultra cameo, you're ever gonna have in your collection. I can promise you that as the market takes off, and we've seen it before, I can name countless of examples where one day it's here and the next day it's boom. I can promise you a locked-in price of $289. If you can swing it, get as many as you can, because you're not going to regret it. But you are if you don't. I'm telling you right now, again, I've seen it a million times. You look back a couple of years, man, why didn't I get that 1995 W proof when I could have gotten it in the gold set for absolutely nothing? A $25,000 coin today. Don't regret it. This is an exemplary opportunity of how Rare Collectibles has really its finger on the pulse of the market. You can see a winner coming down the track from a long way, right? Because it's got the lead. This coin, ladies and gentlemen, is it. Don't miss out on it. It's a rare opportunity. We were invited, and you are now invited. Listen, I got to wrap this up, but I want to let you know that for $289, you're going to get the finest examples, and you're going to get the most unique issue of the Kennedy half dollar in a darn long time. And let us not forget also that you will own a really special coin and the third in the series of the pure silver Kennedy half dollars. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. Don't go anywhere because you know there's going to be a lot of good stuff coming up. And I will see you all really soon. Bye now.
You're watching Rare Collectibles TV.
Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Thank you for tuning in today. I have the most incredible collection of Kennedy half dollars I will ever be able to offer. In the condition I have these coins, folks, the eye appeal, the quality, and the price. Everything came together. It was like a perfect storm where here I am working on this book, this new expanded version of the Franklin and Kennedy book. You know, we've had 3 editions from Whitman of from their guidebook series. They call it their guidebook series, and this was a guidebook of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. And I had been talking to Whitman. I said, look, you know, there is so much collector interest in these coins, and the series is expanding. It really can't fit into a book of this size. For example, in this latest edition, beginning in the proof issues, beginning with 1977 to date, I've only got, you know, 2 pages devoted to these most important proof coins from 1977 to the present. And there is so much information that needs to be in there on these later dates because there's a lot of really tough coins during this era in high-grade proof condition. And so I proposed the idea of having the next edition as part of their encyclopedia series. Now, their encyclopedia series, here's their encyclopedia of U.S. gold coins. This is an amazing book. It's over 400 pages. You know, Caitlin and I worked on a couple, you know, worked together a couple covers, you know. I mean, this is not going to be the cover, but we were just playing around. This was the first cover we thought about. And then we came up with this one. A little better there, but, you know, it's going to be something like that, where this book is going to be comprehensive. This is the manuscript I've been working on, folks. It is a lot of work, but this is going to be the most important book I've done since my very first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era. And it's for all the most important reasons. There is just so much collector interest in these coins, and there is so little information on the coins, especially the later issues. And that's why this set I have today, I've got these Proof Kennedy half dollars. The series, every date from 1978 through 2019. I have them graded by NGC. I have one set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. And then I have my ultimate set, my Everest set in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And what has me most excited, folks, is the price. And I'm only able to offer this price because of some good fortune that had come my way in the form of a dealer I had known for many, many decades who had assembled large quantities of coin collections over many years. He was a prolific dealer. He's still active, but he's going into kind of a semi-retirement. But this dealer I've known since the early 1980s. He'd been around before then. He would buy huge collections, and he would go through them, and he would store the nicest pieces from the collections. I gave a presentation recently on some Proof Eisenhower dollars that he had stored away. His holdings are so great that he actually, and this is it's kind of funny, he actually bought a couple banks in his town that had closed down. Not to reopen the banks for operations, but to just use the banks for storage, to use their vaults, to store his coins. You know, people really do that, folks. I mean, I've got this, for example, I've got this box here of these 1957 proof sets, 50 1957 proof sets, still sealed from the mint as they came from the mint. I've got this box here. I'll cover the individual's name up. Still sealed from the U.S. Mint. You know, you've got the postmark 1957. There were 70 or approximately 70 original boxes of 1957 proof sets. 50 sets in a box. This is from a collection in the Southeast that I acquired. This is about a year and a half ago. You know, there are these kinds of miracles that pop up once in a while in U.S. numismatics. You've got the SS Central America Gold Hoard, you know, and now we have this estate. This gentleman, I'm gonna call him a Lester. You know, he wants to remain anonymous, but again, he gave me the privilege of going through his later Kennedy proof sets and selecting the very finest sets. And the problem with these later Kennedy proof sets is so often the packaging, et cetera, is so inferior that most of the Kennedys from a lot of these years are really, really destroyed. For example, I've got some of these sets here today that didn't make the grade. I mean, they're usually when you see these modern sets at shows, they're usually pretty tattered. Here's, for example, a 1986 set. You can see it's received a lot of handling on the outside, a lot of fraying at the edges. You open it up, the holder is actually cracked. The coin, the Kennedy half in there, it looks kind of hazy. Now, these coins are, if you're new to collecting, are what we refer to as proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art. Given the technology of the day, it's the technology of the day that results in some of these coins being so rare in high-grade condition. Because as you go back in time to the earlier and earlier decades, the technology was not as advanced as it is today. When you get a proof set today, folks, from the U.S. Mint, generally, the coins are all flawless pieces. They're going to grade either Proof 69 or Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I've got one chart here of some 2018 S's graded by NGC. The latest 2018 S population of Kennedy half dollars. 2018 S, total populations. They haven't graded any in 6.5 Ultra Cameo, none in 6.6, 2 in 6.7, 11 in 6.8. About 9,300 in 6.9 and over 15,000 in 70. So the proof making today is state of the art. Now the Ultra Cameo designation, you've got two different measurements there. You've got the proof grade, which basically measures the flawlessness of the surfaces. The more flaws there are on the coin, the lower the grade. The highest possible numerical grade a coin can receive is a 70. 70 represents perfection. That's the highest possible grade. Prior to the 1960s, there were no proof coins in 70 condition. The technology just was not available. And even in the 1960s, you just don't see them. Now that Ultra Cameo designation is really important. Ultra Cameo refers to the level of cameo contrast on the coin. Now, I first started writing about these cameo coins back in the early 1980s. I was at a show at Long Beach. At the time, I was specializing in deep mirror proof-like Morgan dollars. And the deep mirror proof-like Morgan dollars were early strikes off the die where the coins would have deep mirrored fields, frosted cameo devices. They would almost look like proofs. And that was my specialty. Those deep mirror proof-likes began to dry up. Collectors were salting them away, putting these most beautiful proof-like Morgans away in their collections, and so they became more and more difficult to locate. And so I was looking for something similar to those deep mirror proof-likes that offered incredible eye appeal, incredible quality at a collector-friendly price. And that's when I stumbled upon a 1962 Franklin and a Kennedy half from the early 1960s that had beautiful, beautiful cameo contrast. And this was really unusual because most proof coins from this era did not have cameo contrast. They were what we call brilliant proofs without any cameo contrast. And these coins were incredibly frosted. And I thought to myself, well, this is like an epiphany. This is something I'd never seen before. I didn't know these coins existed. They're obviously very rare because I'd seen a lot of proof coins from this era. I'd never seen cameos like this. So they're very rare. They're highly desirable from a collector's standpoint because they have so much eye appeal and quality, and they have so much rarity, all the things collectors look for. And so I began my study, and it was a journey on learning about these coins in the journey to completing my first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era. And I had contacted many people who worked at the Mint in the 1950s and 1960s. The most helpful by far was a gentleman by the name of Don Weaver, who started out as a general helper at the proof facility at the Philadelphia Mint. And he ended up as the chief of the coining division before he retired. And I had many, many phone conversations with Don Weaver, and he would explain to me how the Mint would improve their technology year after year over the decades to try and create more cameo coins. And because the cameo coins were so popular with collectors. Now, so there I was. This is the mid-1980s, and I thought, okay, I'm going to start offering these cameos to my own clients. And so I actually developed what I called my cameo grading set that I was selling to collectors. And here's one that I had saved. This is, again, from the mid-1980s. I had these sets made where I have these 3 Franklin half dollars. And this was my gem cameo grading set. On the right was a moderate cameo Franklin with just very light frost, and then a heavy cameo in the middle with more cameo contrast, and then the ultra heavy with the heaviest possible cameo contrast. In those early years, those represented the earliest strikes off new proof dies. Proof dies that had been specially prepared, dipped in an acid bath to acid etch the surfaces of the coins, and then the fields would be buffed, and the very earliest strikes would have that acid etch frost in the portrait transferred to the coin blank, and you'd get these beautiful cameos. But these cameo dies were very delicate. That acid etch frost would wear very quickly. Each successive strike, that the next coin struck would have slightly less cameo contrast than the coin before. And so the first strikes would be ultra heavy. Slightly later strikes would be heavy cameo, and then moderate cameo. The vast majority were what we called brilliant proofs. Same goes with the early Kennedy half dollars. Here's a little chart showing some different grades of cameo contrast for the Kennedy half dollar. On the upper left there, you see a regular proof Kennedy half dollar without any cameo contrast. Then you see a coin that was an earlier strike off the die. Not among the earliest strikes, but an earlier strike off the die with some attractive cameo contrast. In 1964, that might have represented, 0.5% of all the 1964 Kennedys struck. 1/2, less than 1%, folks, would have cameo contrast like you see here. Then in the lower bottom half, you have what we call a deep cameo minus. Now, this is a replication of the PCGS cameo grading set that I helped establish along with David Hall, who was then president of PCGS. He was incredibly gracious in setting up cameo grading standards. I sent him a copy of my first book, and we got together in early 1992 and decided what a cameo should be, what a proof should be, and what a deep cameo should be. This deep cameo minus would be the minimum standard to get a deep cameo designation from PCGS. NGC has something very similar. They would call it ultra cameo minus. And then finally, we have this coin on the bottom right, deep cameo plus. That is like the ultimate, the heaviest possible cameo contrast. That would be one of the very, very first strikes off a spectacular prepared cameo die. Not every date in the Kennedy series can have deep cameo plus contrast. A lot of dates do not exist with this kind of contrast. Now, the set I have today, folks, not only are they proof 70, but almost every coin in this set is what I would call a deep cameo plus. The set is spectacular. Every date from 1978 You got the 1979S Type 1, 80S, 81S. Look at the contrast on these. Every coin selected from this estate, from Lester, well, I went through tens of thousands of sets. And I've got some here that were rejects that I'm going to show you in just a minute. These coins, I selected the very finest examples. I had them curated at NGC. Curating means they put them through a process in a solution where they remove any kind of foreign material, so the surface of the coin is completely neutral. So there will be nothing that will react on the coin and form a spot or a fingerprint or whatever 10, 20 years from now. And then they seal the coins in these state-of-the-art airtight holders using the highest quality medical-grade plastics. These are the same holders the Smithsonian uses. Absolutely state-of-the-art. These are the finest examples from Lester's amazing hoard that he assembled over about 50 years' time. Now, to better appreciate these coins, first of all, this is the finest. This is what the finest modern proofs look like. And this is going to be one of the focuses of my next book on these coins, on the Encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars, where I'm going to cover every single date in this series, explaining how rare it is in 6.9 Ultra Cameo, how rare it is in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Absolutely sensational. Everyone has my Everest Selections seal. Meaning, again, I have reviewed every coin, every example has been curated and then sealed, graded by NGC and sealed. To show you the difference, if you're not familiar with proof coins, these coins were struck in very low numbers. A mint state coin does not receive the special treatment a proof coin receives. The mint state coins are coins that are struck for commerce. Here, for example, is a 1968 Kennedy half dollar. Mint state coins are not struck off of highly polished dies. They're struck once, they're dumped into bins where they abrade with other coins. You can see a lot of abrasion on the cheek of Kennedy there. They go through coin counting machines, and then they're dumped into bags, and they're distributed to banks around the country. They're the coins that are meant to be spent. But you look at one of these proof coins, this is the finest. Now here's the thing. The Mint in the mid-70s went to a lot of work, introduced a lot of new technology to create the finest possible proof coins. They actually started sandblasting the dies to create an intense frosted cameo effect. And then they would buff the fields. And then they would actually chrome plate the dies to give them additional durability so they could strike more cameos. And as soon as those dies would begin to wear, as soon as that cameo frost would begin to wear away, they would replace the die. But by that point, with that advanced technology, with that sandblasting, with that chrome plating, they were able to strike hundreds and hundreds of beautiful ultra cameo coins before the dies would begin to wear. So it was economically possible to make sure that every collector would get a beautiful, deep cameo. However, they had serious problems with the packaging. And this is something I've written about in my previous books, but I'm going to go into a lot of detail in this next encyclopedia regarding the packaging of these coins in the 1980s, 1970s, because the packaging they used, while it looks great, it was not state-of-the-art. Now, the packaging from about the early 1990s on was a tremendous improvement. Here's a 1991 set, for example, and these coins look just as they did when they were first encapsulated about 30 years ago. Absolutely sensational. But just a couple years earlier, while the packaging looked the same, there was some material obviously in the holder that caused the coins to tone. This earlier packaging, was a ticking time bomb. The longer these coins are in this packaging, the worse they got. Look at the haze on this 1989 coin. When this coin was originally encapsulated, it was a beautiful, deep mirror proof. And these were from
Lester's estate. And you can see all of these, were all the packaging, all these things, they're absolutely pristine. But again, it's the materials in the packaging. That was a 1989. Here's a 1987. You know, the Lincoln cents didn't have the problem, but the Kennedy half dollars were really susceptible to the materials that were in the packaging that was not inert. And they developed this very hazy, unattractive toning. Here's a 1988 set. The vast majority of these sets from this era have these issues, folks. I've got a whole bunch of 1984 sets. I'm just going to show you one of them. But, I mean, there were boxes and boxes of 84 sets. This is actually one of the better ones. It's not as bad as some of them I've had. You can see the frosted cameo, but the haze. And curation can only do so much. When you've had this haze on this coin for decades and decades and decades, on these delicate proof surfaces, that pretty much ruins the coin. Before that, they had these sets from 1981 and 1980 where there was a different holder, but with the same results. Here's a 1981 set. Here's a 1980 set. Here's this 1980 set. Look at this blue haze on the quarter as well. Just ruin the coins. Here we go on the reverse. And so you had all this work going into making these proof coins, and apparently they just weren't very scientific in the manner of packaging. And that's what makes so many of these coins so difficult to come by. Now, NGC is incredibly strict when it comes to grading these coins. The set I have put together, folks, this is the perfect time to acquire one of these sets. I've been specializing in Kennedy half dollars again since the 1980s. I was submitting Kennedy half dollars for grading for, when PCGS and NGC started offering the deep cameo designation in the early 1990s, I was submitting coins to them. I received the very first Kennedy half dollars that were graded proof 70 deep cameo by PCGS. This was just about 20 years ago. However, the one thing I didn't want to do is go and charge huge premiums for the coins, because I saw dealers putting these coins in auction, and the coins were going for incredible premiums when PCGS first started grading coins in proof 70. Up until around the year 2000, there was no such thing as a proof 70. The highest grade PCGS or NGC ever gave any coin was a proof 69. And then around the year 2000, they started offering the proof 70 grade. And what they would do is take a coin that, if it looked flawless under normal magnification, they would pull it aside, study it under even higher magnification, and then if it still looked flawless, they would give that coin a grade of proof 70. They started doing that again around the year 2000, 2001. You started seeing these Kennedy half dollars in auction. Here's a 95S clad. There you see it appeared at a 2003 auction, folks. Sold for around $3,000. Here's a 1999S, 2005 auction, about $1,400. There's another coin, 2001S clad, 2005 auction, about $1,700. There's a 2003, around $2,500. Just those 4 coins alone is almost $9,000, just for those 4 coins. That's not something that I felt was long-term the best possible deal for my clients. My focus has always been on what a coin will be worth in the future, not what it may be valued at today. So often, collectors will focus on getting a good deal at the present, in the present. For example, if you see a coin going for $2,500, a 2003 Kennedy, and somebody's offering one for only $2,000, well, you buy it because you're getting it for $500 less
than what it sold for in auction. You think you're getting a good deal. But then I would ask myself, okay, that may be a good deal at that point in time, but what is it going to be worth in 20 years? Okay? That's the important question to ask. It's not if it's a good deal today, it's what will it be in 10, 20 years from now? And so that's what I've always focused on. For example, here's a coin, accented hair Kennedys. These are coins that I've been selling for $600, $700, $800 in proof 68 condition. And now you have dealers asking $2,000 for these coins because it's a really rare coin in high grade condition. Here's a couple more coins that I offered in a Morgan Dollar presentation, the 1979S Reverse of 78, that I had a Morgan Dollar presentation where in the set we had these coins and we had the coins valued at around $600, $700. And now you have dealers asking almost $3,000 for these same coins. Now the sets I have, they're graded by NGC folks. I'd like you to take a look at the populations of the coins in these sets. These coins are the very finest NGC specimens, curated, every single example. They are extremely difficult to get in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, especially when you look at those earlier dates. You can see how much rarer they are. I mean, in some of the years, the NGC example is non-existent. There are no 1968S's graded in 70 by NGC. The 74S, PCGS is graded 164 examples, NGC 1. This set is starting with a 1978S. PCGS is graded 1,200 examples, NGC 136. You go through all those years in the 1980s where I showed you all the packaging problems that the coins had. How rare they are in NGC graded Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. You've got some coins. You've got the 1981S Type 2, only 151 examples graded. The 82S, only 237 examples graded. 83S, only 270 examples graded. We go to the next page. 84S, 146 examples. Folks, that's no fluke. Again, Les had the most amazing group of modern proof sets I'd ever handled. And virtually all the 84s had these issues, these toning issues. It's hard to get a Proof 70 with a coin that looks like this, an Ultra Cameo. So you look at these coins, going back to this list, you see the 84S, they've only certified 146 examples. You're getting one of those in this set. 85S, only 221 examples. 86S, 187 examples. There are so many coins down the list. It's not until you get into those later years where, again, the packaging improved, you didn't have the toning problems, so the 70s are not as rare. Take a look at this set. Take a look at all those dates. Take a look at the 84S in this set, folks. It is fabulous. That's as good as it gets. I've got this complete set, every date from 1978 to 2019. The 79S type will be the Type 1 and the 81S will be the Type 1. That's a 42 coin set. At $300 a coin, this would be an essential set for your collection. This would be a great set for your collection, and it would be a fair price. This is where the market is for exceptional Cameo Kennedy half dollars in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, around $300 a coin. That would come to a little bit over $12,000. News I have for you, though, is that, again, this came from an estate where I was able to go through these coins and cherry pick the finest examples. There are no middlemen here. These are coins that I went through, I did put in the time. So I'm able to offer this set, folks. You're getting this set for $3,495. Folks, that comes to about $83 a coin. Bear in mind, that includes the grading fees, encapsulation fees, the handling fees, all the work involved. And again, my labor involved, again, going through tens of thousands of these sets. You're getting this set for $3,495. $83.21 a coin. But it gets even better, because that's the 42 coin set.
There are two coins that I didn't include that are an option if you want to own them as well. They're the 1979S Type II and the 1981S Type II Kennedy half dollars. These are among the lowest mintage Kennedy half dollars in proof condition in the entire series. In fact, the 81S Type II is the lowest mintage Kennedy half dollars in the entire proof Kennedy half dollar series. These proofs were struck generally in very low numbers, 1 million to 2 million to 3 million coins per year. However, the 79S Type II, as you can see from that chart, 1979 they struck 3.6 million proof sets, but only 4 to 5% were of the Type II variety. That's about 150 to 180,000 coins total mintage, folks. That is a coin with tremendous absolute rarity. It's rare in any condition. Even beat up coins that were run over by a Sherman tank should be worth a couple $100s. And then we go down to the 81S Type II, folks. This coin is virtually impossible. 1 to 2% of the entire mintage, estimated. And this is from doing years and years of research, of looking through literally tens of thousands of 1981S proof sets. And in all my research with that database, it's somewhere between 1 and 2% of the total mintage. At the most, there's 80,000 coins out there. Folks, that is so rare. I mean, you talk about the 1893S Morgan dollar with a mintage of 100,000. Okay, it was struck in 1893. It's a Morgan dollar, I get it. But even good examples that are heavily circulated go for $4,000 or $5,000. Any old 81S Type II with only 40,000 to 80,000 possibly struck, it's probably nearer the lower end of that scale, should be a $500 to $1,000 coin. Well, okay, Rick, that's cool. Hey, that's great. But what is a Type II? Well, we've got some pictures for you. It has to do with the S mint mark. In 1979, the Type I that you see at the very top there, I don't understand what the mint had in mind at that time. Now, every other S mint mark I've seen the mint ever use, going back to the 1800s, it looked like an S. But for some reason in 1979, they had this thing that looked, I call it the blob variety, because I can't tell what it is. It's like, I don't know, what does it look like? It kind of looks like a snowman or an 8 or something. I don't know. It's hieroglyphics or something. Well, they figured, they got the picture there. Maybe they were getting a lot of complaints. A lot of collectors were saying, hey, there's something wrong with my 1979S proof coins. I can't tell what that thing is. What is that? So they actually redesigned the S so it looked like an S. Only about 150 to 180,000 1979 Kennedy half dollars had that redesigned S mint mark. And then in 1981, they made one final change. There were a lot of collectors who were complaining, well, the S mint mark is so small, I could barely see it. So they enlarged the S, much larger S, but that was at the very tail end of the year. They only struck those for maybe a couple weeks, folks. And so you only had maybe 40,000, at the high end, 80,000 struck with that Type II variety. When you see these selling in auction in the past, they go for a lot of money. Here's a 79S Type II that was being offered by a top-rated seller on eBay, an NGC in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo for over $1,200. Here's a 1981S Type II. Now this is interesting because this is a Proof 69 Deep Cameo. This is a dealer with 100% positive feedback. He understands how rare this coin is. That's the last one he had. He had 12 examples. You can see there he had the last one. It was $1,944 for a Proof 69 Deep Cameo, Type II. Then there was one that's sold in auction in Proof 70 for over $4,000. Now, here we have the 79 Type II and the 81 Type II in Proof 70 condition. There they are, folks. There you see the S mint mark. It's a small S. But when you compare it to the Type I variety, There's the type 1 variety with the blob variety, and so you have the type 1, and then you have the type 2. Now, if you want in your set the Type 2 79S and the ultra rare Type 2 81S, here's what I'm able to do on this. Again, you've got dealers selling the Type 2 and 6.9 Deep Cameo for $1,900. In auction, some have sold for over $4,000. If you want to include both of those coins, it's only an additional $900 for both coins. In other words, you get the 44 coin set for $4,395, folks. $4,395. That's less than $100 a coin. $99.88 a coin. And you will get a copy, the last edition from the guidebook series of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. You'll get the limited library edition, the collector's library edition, hand-signed and numbered. We have a limited number of these copies remaining. Also, you will be first on the list when my next book comes out on the Encyclopedia of Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. You'll be on the list to receive one of these books if you wish to own one. For $4,395. That's $99.88 a coin. Folks, this is the best I can do. I have a limited number of these sets because those better dates are so difficult to come by in this ultimate grade. And again, you're getting the hand-selected specimens, every example curated in these state-of-the-art NGC holders. Now, that is an ultimate set, and it's at an ultimate price. I mean, I specialize in these coins. Not only are you getting the top grade set at a great price, you're getting the finest specimens, and there are so many great dates in there, including those Type 2s. But I know there's a lot of you that, you're saying, I'd love to own that, but, that's not in my price range. I've got the same set in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo that includes the 81S Type 2 and the 79S Type 2, folks. The 44 coin set. And again, bear in mind that you had some dealers asking over $1,900 just for the 81S Type 2 alone in Proof 69 Deep Cameo, just for that one coin. But again, this is not based on other dealers' prices or what the market will bear. My cost to you, my price to you is based on my cost. It's not based on what the market will bear. That Proof 70 set I could market at $9,900 and we would sell them. They're a great deal at $9,900. This set you see here, I could market at $1,900 and it would be a fantastic deal, folks. But I'm able to offer this set for $1,095, the 44 coin set. Think about that. That's $24.89 a coin, and it includes the 79S Type 2 and the 81S Type 2. The only reason I'm able to do that is because I've had some really good fortune going through Lester's incredible collection, his hoard that he's assembled for over 50 years. Cherry-picking the finest examples, getting great prices, getting the coins curated, encapsulated in the state-of-the-art holders, passing the savings on to you. We went through all the middlemen. There are no middlemen in this process, folks. And that's the only reason I'm able to offer these sets at these kinds of prices, $1,095 for the entire set, including the Type 2s in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. In closing, this is the perfect time to build a spectacular Proof Kennedy collection. Sasha's got a couple examples. One's graded by NGC, one's graded by PCGS. They're both graded Proof 69 Deep Cameo, folks. These are the kind of coins you will not get. When I say you're getting the very finest curated examples, here's an illustration of what I'm talking about. There are so many coins out there that may have the grade on the holder, but the coins in the holder aren't the finest for the grade. For example, there's a lot of coins out there. Here's an 84S graded by NGC. Obviously wasn't curated. You can see all the haze on the coin. It's not the best possible quality for the grade, folks. It's just not. You can see that with your own eyes. Now look at the coin you're getting. This is what it's all about, folks. It's a real obvious difference. Your eyes don't lie. This is why I love doing live TV, folks, because you go on the computer screen, you go on the internet, and people can Photoshop coins to make them just look spectacular. But this is as it is. This is with our studio lighting. There's no Photoshopping here. We got another coin here, a couple more. There's a couple 85S's. In this case, there's an 85S graded by PCGS in a Proof 69 Deep Cameo. And you can see it's developed a lot of toning over the surface. It's in a Proof 69 Deep Cameo holder. That's not the kind of coin you're going to get. Here's the one that you're getting in the set. As pristine as the moment it was struck back in 1985. In closing, I've got the most amazing Kennedy collections for you. We're really right on the cusp of the Franklin and Kennedy series really exploding in popularity. And this is why Whitman was open to the idea of offering a book on the Franklin and Kennedy half dollars in their encyclopedia version, in this expanded version, color throughout. It's going to be at least 400 pages, folks. It's going to be a historic. It's a tremendous amount of work. I'm working on it now. You know, when I get home tonight, I'll be working on it some more. So it's a huge project, but it's such an important project because these series really are what collecting is all about. They offer you folks watching so much opportunity. You get so much eye appeal, so much quality, so much rarity at such a great price. And again, the only reason I'm able to offer them at this price, I've specialized in these coins for decades. I've had this relationship with this gentleman. I'm calling him Lester. That's not his real name, obviously. But I've had this relationship with him since the 1980s. He's in the semi-retirement now, and I'm going through some of his finest holdings from his collection. That's massive. And I have limited amounts of these coins in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I have more of these sets in 69L Ultra Cameo. The best part is, again, I've cut through all the middlemen. I've done all the work myself. And I'm able to offer them at just a record collector-friendly price. You get the 69 Ultra Cameo set, all 44 coins. They include the 79S Type 2, the 81S Type 2, and 69 Ultra Cameo. We have one dealer asking just for the 81S Type 2 and 69 Ultra Cameo, asking over $1,900 just for that one coin because of its tremendous absolute rarity. There are only 40,000 to 80,000 struck. The number is probably closer to 40,000. They're extremely rare. And I've got this set for only $1,095. Why for only $1,095? Because I'm able to do it. I got a great deal. I'm passing it on to you. And then the ultimate set, folks. We have the 42 coin version without the Type 2s. That set is only $3,495. That's only $83 a coin. Now, bear in mind, when NGC grades a coin Proof 70, they go through an extra process to get that 70 grade. When they get a coin that under normal magnification looks flawless, they then pull it aside, study it under higher magnification, and if it then still looks flawless, it gets that coveted ultimate Proof 70 grade. So the grading fees are a little bit higher. My cost is a little bit higher. But I'm able to pass all the savings that I've got going through these coins, where I'm able to offer this set to you for only $3,495, $83.21 a coin. It's an amazing opportunity in these Kennedy half dollars, but get the ultimate set with the Type 2s. The 79S Type 2 and the 81S Type 2 in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. I mean, NGC, folks, has only graded 151 examples of the 81S Type 2 and 70 Ultra Cameo. There's a lot of other dates where they've graded fewer than 300 examples in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo that are in this set. And I am able to offer this ultimate 44 coin set for only $99.88 a coin. That's $4,395. When you consider that the 81S Type 2 alone in 70 Deep Cameo has sold in auctions for over $4,000 just for that one coin. Now is the time to pick one of these sets up. I sure hope you're able to do it. They're all available on the 2-payment option. If you want to get the 42 coin set for $34.95, you can't afford to put the entire amount down today, put half down today of $1,747.50, and we'll hold one of these sets for you. Pay the balance in 30 days. The 44 coin set, put half down today of $2,197.50. And we'll hold one of these sets for you, and that is incredibly important. I have a very limited number of the key dates in this set. The coins like the 79S Type 2, the 81S Type 2, the 80S, the 81S Type 1, the 82S, the 83S, the 84S, of which there's only 146 graded, 86S, 89S. There are a lot of extremely rare dates in this set that I have very limited quantities of. So if you can put half down today, we will reserve one of these sets for you. And in 30 days, when you make your final payment, you're going to own one of the greatest numismatic opportunities that I've ever been able to offer in all my years specializing in the finest United States proof coins. This is a great, great opportunity, folks. I hope you take advantage of it. Thank you for watching.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska. Since we first aired in 2014, we have assembled some of the finest coin collections for our clients, and we want to do the same for you. I ask you, do you want the best? Watch me on Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV right here on this channel.
The final issues from the Philadelphia Mint, the final issues of the Walking Liberty half dollar, and you may never have seen these in gem uncirculated condition, and they're certified gem uncirculated, and that means these coins are MS65. When you think about a half dollar that was originally issued in 1916 and last issued in 1947, this was the coin that conducted all the major commerce in the United States of America. When you think back at the time when this coin circulated, and ladies and gentlemen, here's the thing about all half dollars in general, really except for the Kennedy half dollar, because the Kennedy half dollar was a memorial to a fallen president. But all previous issues were released into circulation. And nobody saved these coins back then. And you know what was amazing about it? They were, and are today, one of the most artistic and captivating designs. We talk often about the Renaissance of American coin design, which took place in the very early years of the 20th century, when Teddy Roosevelt was president. And there really is no coin that represents the Renaissance of American coin design in silver better than the Walking Liberty half dollar. Designed by Adolph A. Weinman. Adolph A. Weinman studied under Augustus St. Gaudens. The Renaissance of American coinage featured 2 designs by Augustus St. Gaudens and 2 designs by Adolph A. Weinman. Because these were gentlemen. Adolph A. Weinman was an artist, a sculptor, and he did not work for the U.S. Mint. his contribution to the Renaissance and to classic numismatic design are the Walking Liberty half dollar and the Mercury dime. The Walking Liberty half dollar with the allegorical obverse of liberty striding forward, reaching out, one hand draped in the flag, is a classic. And you know a classic when they are brought back. And so the obverse of the Walking Liberty half dollar now graces the obverse of the American Silver Eagle and has since 1986. And the reason why that obverse was used was because of the instant recognizability of that design. When you search for uncirculated Walking Liberty half dollars, it's a daunting task. So let's get into why, because this is the main point of why we're bringing these great coins to the show. They have such a long history. They have incredible designs that were rendered by Adolph A. Wyman on both the obverse and the reverse. They also represent some of the greatest numismatic rarity in terms of the rarity and in terms of value. That's why we have selected these final Philadelphia issues of the Walking Liberty half dollar. First of all, I want you to take a look at the half dollars that we all know and love. Here's a table of United States half dollars. And you can see at the top, Kennedy half dollars, the Walking Liberty, the Franklin, seeded material, and barber material. And I want you to take a look at the mintages. And something that's going to jump out at you right away are the mintages of the Walking Liberty half dollars and the length of the series, 1916 to 1947. When you look at the Franklin half dollars, it's a much shorter series. It took the place of the Walkers. And of course, the Kennedy half dollar, 1964 to the present. So they're still making that coin. So of course, those mintages will always be rising. But the Walking Liberty half dollars are done. And when you consider that almost every single Walking Liberty half dollar was released into circulation, here is why this is incredibly difficult to do. So we put together a table of all of the mintages of the Walking Liberty half dollars. Now, what you're going to notice right off the bat here, ladies and gentlemen, is the amount of coins that were struck. You begin in 1916. One thing you're going to notice, the coins from Philadelphia were struck in abundance, makes them incredibly difficult to get in uncirculated condition. That goes along with the fact that almost every coin was released into circulation. So there you have a backdrop of what collectors are up against. And I want you to take a look at the final page. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, are the final Philadelphia struck Walking Liberty half dollars. Now, you got to understand, the last of these coins were issued in 1947. Nearly every single one was released into circulation. At a time when these coins were released, the coins that we're going to be featuring, World War II was going on, and shortly after World War II, there wasn't a great consideration for saving coins. So most of these coins were so vital to folks' daily requirements that they were spent. Take a look at our display because, as I said, you have an opportunity for a single coin, which will be a 1943p, in gem mint state 65, gem quality, $195. This is the main point of why we're